the airport. Of course, those are bad decisions. How will public participation cure those decisions? It's not going to cure them because they're not going to change their minds. So let's not fetishize certain things because the Constitution provides for them. The Constitution could actually be a cover-up for bad decisions, for impunity, and for working against the Kenyan people. No, but there was public participation. I mean, people came and gave their views. Of course, the government will aggregate who said what and what. You and me. Can we tell really when people came, what did they say? What percentage? They came up with statistics over regard this impeachment. Oh, this number of people came, this percentage were for. Now, who does that? You're the one who is doing those things, so you can doctor those things. Why do we invest a lot of hope and trust in things that we know really don't make sense and our political culture, our political system? They're simply meant to tick boxes. If you say this decision was made without the input of the Kenyan people, no, we had public participation. They did that under BBI or something. They tried to do something like that. Yeah, we had public participation. They are ticking the box, but they're not interested in your views because they've made up their mind already. So, I don't know, the Constitution may say things, but the people you expect to actually enforce, adhere to those provisions, have no regard for the law. But when they invoke the law, rest assured, it's not in your interest. It is in their interest. When they interpret the law, don't be mistaken. It's not in your interest. It's not to protect your interest. It's to protect their interest. So it's imperative to know. Sometimes we invoke the Constitution, but in actual sense, we are defeating our own cause by invoking it. By doing that, we are playing into the hands of the government people who are invested in impunity and lawlessness. I think it's imperative that we bear that in mind. And that's why this talk about IEBC, it's the same talk. So you're saying William Ruto should form an IEBC. Okay, he forms an IEBC and he populates the IEBC with these people. You start also criticizing him. But you expected that to happen, didn't you? You expected him to form an IEBC where he's not concerned about who sits where, who becomes chair. Okay, you're telling him form the IEBC. Okay, you're piling pressure on me. Okay, the Constitution says that there should be IEBC. Okay, I'm going to do it. And then he does it. He puts in place people who do not have your interests at heart. So you move to the next phase of criticizing the body that he has set up. Okay, he doesn't respond to your criticism. The IEBC goes ahead, organizes elections. Of course, the elections are shambolic. Now, you move to the other phase, criticizing the shambolic election that this IEBC presided over. Can you see how we play into the hands of the system? And we play in the hand because we fetishize the Constitution, that it's the cure of everything. This is the magic wand. The Constitution says, no, there must be a deputy president. Pipita, I can tell you, if Rigathi is impeached and William Ruto does not appoint the deputy president, Kenyans will be complaining. But I can ask you, in your life, does the position of the deputy president ever improve your life? Whether there's a deputy president in the Republic of Kenya or not, how does that enhance the well-being of the people of Kenya? How does it? But if he does not appoint one, I can guarantee you people will go to court. No, this is against the Constitution. We need a deputy. You need a deputy president. How does that person help you? Okay, something happens to the president and there's no deputy. Tell me the country will collapse. Will it collapse? It's not going to collapse. But we think, oh, something will happen. Oh, we need an attorney general, like the other day. He didn't have an attorney general for some time. No, we need okay, appointed an attorney general. And the attorney general, the first pronouncement, what did she say? The Constitution can be amended. That's what she said, her first public statement. And who has been saying that? The political elite, that the Constitution should be amended. She said the same thing. Then before, when there was no attorney general, people were complaining, no, we need an attorney general. So I don't get it, Pipita. I don't get it. We often play in the hands of these politicians without knowing. We fetishize the Constitution a lot. Well, in actual sense, we know that these people we expect to enforce to adhere to institutionalize this constitution, have no regard for this constitution. But somehow we expect them to do things supposedly in adherence to the constitution, while in actual sense we know, no, they will be ticking boxes. They will be ticking boxes. So, Pipita, I don't know. Well, I listen and I say, okay, fine. It's important that we raise these things. We raise them. We talk about them. But I get the impression that we minimize the capacity of the political elite to mess us up. We minimize their capacity. We do. And that works extremely against our collective well-being. It does. How I wish. You know, the speaker here talked about we have gone to school, but these people use us. No. There's a difference between going to school and being literate, which means you can read and write. You can read and write in English or French or your first language. Yeah, you're literate. You're literate. But there's something fundamental about going to school, which is knowledge, acquisition of knowledge. Acquisition of knowledge. And that's not automatic. The knowledge acquisition part is not automatic. Because knowledge empowers a person with an inquisitive mind. That's what it does. So you problematize things. If you're a knowledgeable person, you problematize things. When you problematize things, you completely refuse, you know, simplistic explanations, simplistic answers to things that are very complex. Because people who want to shortchange you, they come with very simplistic answers and cures to your problems. It's not true. No, let's change the constitution. That's why there's corruption. Once we change the constitution, things will be fine. No, let's change our system of government. We move from the presidential to the parliamentary. No, those are simplistic explanations and answers to very complex issues. No, but you say, no, I think that's the problem. The problem is that we have got a president. If we had a prime minister, we'd do much better. That's not true. Knowledge enables you to link between cause and effect. Something is happening, there's a problem. But what could be the cause of what's happening? You link what's happening to something that happened earlier. That's knowledge. And use what's happening to try and diagnose what could happen in the future if we don't deal with this problem now. That's knowledge. So you question, you have got this questioning habit when you're a knowledgeable person. But then people tell you, no, you have negative energy. No, you don't give us hope. Okay, but somebody who's gone to school is very cynical, as usual, very cynical. A scientist is a cynical person. The things are not working, things must work better. There's something I don't understand. I must understand that thing. So they don't sit on their laurels and say, no, things are okay. No, there's also something they don't know, and they want to know it. Objectivity, Pipita. A knowledgeable person, as much as possible, they try to be objective. Even my worst enemy, I'm going to give him a hearing. I will give him a hearing. My friend, I'll criticize them. That's a knowledgeable person. Not just my friend is always right and my enemy is always wrong. No, a knowledgeable person does not have that approach. This dichotomy, good and evil, bad and good. This dichotomy, black and white. No, they don't look at life like that. So they're very scientific in their mindset. They very much differ to facts as opposed to their opinions. And when they give their facts, they give their opinion, they say, these are my opinions. And they can change, and I don't have evidence for them. But where there are facts, they don't contest. They don't contest. There's evidence that this is what it is. It doesn't matter who is presenting that evidence, that is evidence. They differ to that. So they, as much as possible, try to control their biases. Just a knowledgeable person. So you can go to school, Pipita, you are literate, but you are extremely biased. You have no regard for facts, you have no regard for objectivity, you don't question things, You don't problematize things. You have no regard for complexity. You have no regard for that the world is very complex, it's very nuanced. For you, the world is in black and white. There are bad people, there are good people. Now, we go to school and we can have that mindset. No, you criticize me, you're my enemy. We go to school and we regard people like that. Because you criticize me, you're my enemy. Because you don't say good things about me, you're my enemy. We have that mindset. How is that going to help us? It doesn't. Literacy is one thing and being knowledgeable is a totally different thing. And it's this knowledgeable part that we grapple with. And unfortunately, we go to school and we get out this knowledgeable part, we haven't acquired it. That's the most unfortunate thing. And that's why we fall prey to the machinations of these politicians and many other people, because they know we are not going to question them. We're not going to see what they are doing. We're going to justify what they are doing. When they do things, they're distracting us, but they are not distracting us. We know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. You're not distracting us. We don't have simplistic minds. We can follow all the things you're doing. So, Peter, there's nothing these people are hiding behind closed doors and doing that we don't know. There's nothing regarding will tell us that we don't know as far as this government is concerned. There's nothing. We know what this government is doing. And we don't have to know the extent, billions and what. We know billions, we're losing billions because the country is not working. So if you come as a deputy president, you tell us, no, we have stolen this much money. No, you're putting a figure to the money that has been stolen. But we know money is being stolen. If you come and tell us that, oh, people who are executed, I don't know, people in the security apparatus are the ones who sanctioned. No, well, you may put names on that, but we know that people were disappeared. People are extrajudicially taken out because of state apparatus. So you may just put names on that. You may say meetings were held, but you're not telling us anything new. So I find it problematic when you say, no, oh, the deputy president has got things he's going to share with us. What are they? What are those things? Oh, this person come here. You can be our ally. What don't we know? If you don't have money in your pocket, what further proof do you need that the country is not working? If you don't have a job and you're qualified, what further proof do you need that the country is not working? If you see people being shot dead in the streets, what further evidence do you need to know that people are being killed? To Peter, I yield.
Thank you so much, Western Shilaho, for that thought-provoking submission. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Home Run with Pipi. It's 38 minutes past 5 p.m. East African time here in Nairobi. How could I say Nairobi? How can borders of Nairobi?
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
As we were about to start the show, we just got the notification that the Adani deal for Gachagua has been sealed, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So that is the situation on the ground. So Edwin, I'm gonna do. Edwin, you have something to say to us?
Okay, nasema asante sana kwa shida. It's mentioned a lot of things that I was about to but I don't want to take it like a rebuttal because vitu zenye amesema hapo they are so important, huh? And one question that I just want to ask Nani Pipita, I just want to, kama kuna uwezekano tunaweza pata lawyer, can we have one lawyer mwenye anaweza to explainia if these things can be returned, because it can be, sidhani kama ati kuna mahali penye kuna hiyo clause inaweza sema haiwezi kuwa recalled hiyo hata kama wamesign hicho kitu. So that's one thing yenye nilikuwa nataka tu kuulizia.
All right, let's hope we get a lawyer. I know there are lawyers who are listening here. They'll respond. Malia Davis will come after King Kai. King Kai, habari?
Hey, hello.
Jambo.
MCP Peter, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I think a lot is happening. A lot is happening, and we are saddened. Just tuning in, and everybody can see now the Gachagua and Adani deal have signed an agreement to maintain the transmissions, the power transmissions for 30 years. Shit, man, what do these people take us for? I think, Pipi, these guys have realized that we have gone back. You know, they have tried their best. They wanted us to go back to our tribal cocoons. They have used all crude means possible to ensure that we retreat back to our tribal cocoons. Then they start now shitting on us. Bro, man, this is shitting on us. The Adani deal, how can you allow Adani to take over health through the SHA, take over our transport, our infrastructure in full? Man, bro, I think if there is a way, and as someone had asked here if there was public participation on the same, I think no. And like the last speaker who has spoken about even the public participation, this guy don't even take our views in point. They are not going to understand even if they bring that public participation. So, bro, man, what I would just wish is for us, as collective Kenyans, how we were going on with this thing, confronting this government up to was it on 25th June, if I remember well. And it's about time Kenyans, we go back, analyze ourselves. They have come with their destruction about Gachagua, the impeachment. I think from where I sit, this is just a distraction. They just don't. They want to keep us scattered. They want to keep us at bay. They don't want to see us unite for a common goal. They realize we had cornered them, and all of a sudden they start, oh, this impeachment thing. They start, oh, the shit politics. Kenyans, let's come together. The Adani deal is enough to take us back on the street. It's enough. I'm a health practitioner by profession, and bro, what patients are going through, the SHA thing. Excuse me. The SHA thing. No one can access that the system for SHA. Patients requiring dialysis are going through shit. We're having a lot to deal with. We don't even know. You have to just look at patients. You can't do anything to them. Excuse me. They have no money, So Kenyans, let's unite. Let's come back. Let's just go back to where we were. Let's not allow these guys to take us for a ride. Let's not go back to our tribal cocoon. So this one is, you see, we are all brothers. In all, even in with the home run with Pipi, with MC Pipi, we are not one tribe. We are different tribes. But these guys want to divide us along tribal lines. Let's not accept that. Let's come back. Let's strategize and forge forward. The Adani deal should be enough to send us back to the streets then. It should be enough to take us back to the streets. We can't allow this. Opportunity. It's just that I'm busy, kidogo. Thanks, MC.
All right. Thank you so much, King Kai, for that. Malia, habari yako?
Mzuri sana Pipita, how are you?
I am well, karibu.
Ulipona?
Na feel better saizi.
Yeah, thank God. That's good. I greet you, everyone else, the patriots. I want to take after the thought line or line of thought of Western. I want to be fatalistic. I want to tell you that we are in a situation whereby, let me give you an allegory of the situation we find ourselves in. You wanted to employ a house help in your house, and the house help you employed, she gave you a lot of promises. The first days she was cleaned the house very well, and you are like, wow, you've hit the jackpot. Then the next day, she brings thieves to your house at night. So they know where everything is, they steal everything, then they start fighting among themselves. Who is supposed to get what? So you are there spectating, the house help and the gang, the rest of the gang, they are there. They have divided into two groups. They are now fighting who will get the loot. And you start you start speculating, what could be really happening. But at the end of the day, you are still held hostage. That's the situation we are finding ourselves with this issue of Gachagua and Ruto. And if you want to understand the psychology of Ruto, look at Moi. Number one, when Moi came in after the death of Uhuru Kenyatta's father in 1978, the guy started out very well, and for the 90 days, he was a darling. But the Kikuyus wanted to remove him from the seat to take over. And this divide, which has been there between Kalenjins and Kikuyus, began at that time. And since for the entire 24 years Moi was president, he had, I think, one or two vice presidents who are Kikuyu, but there was still an enmity between Kikuyus and Kalenjins, which was driven by that. And this enmity did not end. The fact that you collaborate with someone to get something does not mean that you are together with the person. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So the enemy of my enemy may be my enemy, but a lesser enemy than the one or the goal that I want to achieve. So Ruto in 2007 said, while in Narok, that nyinyi wa Masai munafikiria mko na shida na Wakikuyu, lakini hamuna shida kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Here he was referring to the fact that after Jomo Kenyatta grabbed the land, which was supposed to give back to the Kikuyu people, and gave it to his family and himself, his family members, friends, and the Kikuyus were then relocated to Rift Valley, a large number of them, because their population has always been the highest in the country. And they were resettled after buying land in ranches, which they were assisted by Jomo Kenyatta to do. Others were taken to areas like Mpeketoni and other settlement schemes where you may find their Kikuyu. So that enmity, that because these people, they have strength of numbers, they were also the political elite or the economic elite, because they are the ones who had benefited the most in Uhuru Kenyatta, in Jomo Kenyatta's government, and therefore had quite good financial muscle, continued on. And Ruto, after saying that to the Masais in Narok pre-2007 elections, he said something which is very telling. Because what I know about Ruto is that he's somebody who is very focused. And when you hear him in a moment of candor, you really see into his mind and what is really important to him. And he said that tuko na shida kuliko nyinyi wa Masai, sisi wa Kalenjin tuko na shida kuliko nyinyi wa Masai, lakini kuna wakati unaweka uhasama kando na unatafuta serikali kwanza, ndio serikali ikuwezeshe kufanya vile unataka kufanya. Meaning that the Masais, you don't have a bigger problem with the Agikuyu people than us, the Kalenjin. But a time comes when you have to put aside your problems, your conflict, so that you can get a hold of the government. And once you get a hold of the government, then you can resolve all the problems that you have with the Kikuyu. During the resettlement of 2008 of the Kikuyus, they were told, do not build any permanent houses. This is not your home. Farm the land till the land get money, buy land elsewhere. Do not build permanent homes. And that has remained. And I want you to show me a Kikuyu who has built a permanent home in Rift Valley other than the cosmopolitan areas like the towns, Milimani estates and the like. Just show me a Kikuyu who is a minority in a outskirts, who has built a permanent house. They haven't. So this alliance between Kikuyus and Kalenjin is an alliance to get the government. And the war is still the same war which Moi had with the Koinanges and the other Kikuyus who wanted to snatch power from him. It's the same kind of a conflict. And I want to say that history repeats itself. And what we are headed into right now, we are headed back into Moi. I remember Moi was called the political giraffe who could see very far. And he said that while he was conceding defeat of Uhuru Kenyatta to Kibaki, he said that we have left the seat, but KANU will come and rule the country for 100 years after. And certainly that's what happened. Once Kibaki had done his 10 years, Uhuru came in, who was in KANU. Now Ruto has come in, who was also in KANU. He was a KANU youth winger, if you can recall Y2K. And the pattern, very interestingly, seems to be repeating itself because when Moi entered and there was a coup he entered 1978, 1982, there was a coup, which now changed him into a draconian dictator, ruthless dictator. And this Gen Z Mandamano has been a replica of the kind of 1982 coup. If you want to see the turning point of when Ruto changed from being the nice guy who wants to rescue the poor person, you can see it since the time when Gen Z started. And he turned immediately into a ruthless dictator that Moi was. The tactics that he was using are exactly a replica. And that's why I'm almost certain that Mandamano is not going to work. Because right now, the type of ruthlessness which he wants to handle anyone who is coming to oppose him, oppose his policies, oppose his decisions, it's there. And I know even there is a special branch. It's only that we may not be aware of it. But the same way there was a special branch in KANU to deal with dissidents is the same way in which right now there's most likely is a special branch or a special team to deal with any dissident. The other issue is that Ruto has no intention of leaving the seat. Come 2027, come 2032. This man, one of his other role models is Museveni, who has been in power for 36 years. And the thing is this, Ruto cannot do any work in this country because he has never done anything. If you look at him, even in the dockets used to be it higher education, be it Ministry of Agriculture, all he did was to steal. When he was a deputy president, all he did was to go and campaign against Uhuru. He never learned the ropes from Uhuru. He was never involved other than in whatever he was involved in. Like, for example, when they were dividing the cabinet seats and his people got some of the most powerful seats, what his aim always was is, what can we milk out of this ministry? If it is agriculture, what can we milk out of this fertilizer? How can we import sugar? All kinds of scandals that made him in 2008 to be chased away by Raila for turning the whole ministry into a stealing operation, into a looting operation. And whoever is expecting that anything good will come from this man does not even know what governance is. All what he knows is propaganda, because his entire career has been in Y2K, printing T-shirts, giving out 500 notes, which have been, that's the kind of thing, propaganda to help you to steal. And now what we are having is a government which is full of crooks. Majority of people you have in government and highly placed people are people who have become rich through ill-gotten means, either selling illicit stuff like drugs, embezzling arms, and all kind of ills. And the other majority, they have been stealing from the coffers. So there is no way Ruto can just hand over a government 2027 or 2032 unless he is handing it over to one of his own. Because he knows, for example, let's say somebody like Morara was to enter into the seat. And Morara would, of course, the first thing which he would do is reclaiming the assets. Because the way we are going, right now we're only 2 years in, and the level of looting which is happening is, I'm even wondering whether by 2027 they will be on our knees or what will happen, because it's become a festival, you know, a feeding frenzy. And that is even why Gachagua wamekosana na Ruto. They are not on good terms because Gachagua was demanding something which Ruto was not willing to give him. So, you know, there is no honor among thieves, and every thief will want to take the most. So basically, I can tell Kenyans, kindly brace yourself for another round of Moi. We handed over the government to Moi. This is now an advanced form of Moi. What you saw in the Moi government is what now will follow. Moi, he was full of impunity. He would give out even public toilets to his friends. He wanted to build a high-rise building in Uhuru Park, Freedom Corner. He wanted to grab Karura. So I've even seen something from Cyprian Nyakundi that now Menengai crater is also being grabbed. I don't know what is not happening, but I saw it from Cyprian Nyakundi. So whatever happened in Moi, that's what you can expect. And this guy is not going to leave the seat because he knows that he'll be in trouble. Unless he goes into exile, he cannot live in this country with a right. Him, and not only him and majority of the people who are in power now, they cannot stay in this country with somebody who may want reconciliation and justice to happen in this country and may then say that the assets to be claimed. They cannot stay in this country because everything they have is from the loot, is from stolen theft of public funds. So the only option they have, it's a matter of options. The only option he has is that he has to continue. This thing has to be continued. Just like Museveni wants maybe his son to take over to protect himself, because government in Kenya has now become a criminal protection agency. You see Obado, after he murdered his mistress, who was pregnant with his child, he entered into government because he knows if he goes into opposition or is not in the government, he cannot be covered. Now that story went. The other guy who also was jailed for stealing, was about to be jailed for stealing funds from NCPB, he entered into government. He went into an agreement with the government. So this is what we can expect. And that's why I'm telling you, even that 2032, I don't see him leaving that seat. I'm seeing another Museveni in the making. And it's just a matter of pragmatism, because how does he live? Unless he's living it to someone like Waiguru, who is also a thief, like him, so that she can protect him. But a genuine person cannot leave the seat to a genuine person, because he will have problems unless he goes into exile. And many of these people, they may have to go into exile because everything they have is actually stolen from public coffers. So Kenyans, brace yourself for the worst. Impunity has just started now. Those who are there during the 24 years of Moi can tell you there was so much impunity that a white woman called Julie Ward was murdered in a park for rejecting sexual advances from the son of Moi. And she was burnt with acid, and nothing happened. The level of impunity was crazy. We were just in shock, one thing after the other one. But we just pray for a miracle. Anything can happen. The people who are saying that they hope this guy dies, actually, that is the best option we have. Unless he's assassinated or he dies, I don't see an end to what is going on. In anything, it will just deteriorate. Call me fatalistic, but I'm just being real with you. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that submission, Malia Davis. Anasema kwamba in as much as we are trying to not be fatalistic, it looks like it's going to be fatal. What are your thoughts? Join up hivi kwenye Home Run with People microphone. Kumbuka kwamba we are always on Monday to Friday. We are at 6 p.m. East African time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
My name is MC Peter. You can call me PP. And right now I'm just here checking out your thoughts on all this. Government looks to listen and then move on. We're like, okay, sir, tutafikiria. Then they move on. The way most of us grew up listening to our parents promise things they knew they would not provide. Anyway, talk to me, Western Shilaho.
Peter, hi, Peter. Peter, I want to ask you a question. It's just a rhetorical question. If a father has got a favorite son, I would imagine that that son will most likely think like the father.
All right, Western Shilaho, I think you'll have to refresh because I cannot hear you at all. While you're here waiting for Western, Dutch, Abariako. Dutch, are you there? We're Dutch. You go at a Dutch Chokosh. Quiet. Hi, let's hear from let's wait for Western Shilaho to join into the mic. I think he has a rebuttal to the submission just made by Malia. Western, if you're here, talk to me.
Back, there was some hitch. So
Yes.
I would imagine that the son would be the father's favorite son would be privy to classified information, as it were, things that the father most likely has not shared with any other son. And the father would most likely like the son to be the heir. Where am I going with this? From my take, by the time Daniel Moi died, he had fallen out with William Ruto. Fallen out. In fact, William Ruto spoke during his funeral courtesy of being the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Otherwise, he was not wanted in that funeral. He wasn't. If people remember, there's a day William Ruto flew to Kabarak to see Daniel Moi when he was on his deathbed. He was kept in the waiting hall until he was told, no, Mzee cannot see you. He's not in a position to see you. He's the only one who suffered from that. It was humiliation. Everybody else who went to Kabarak, these public figures, they had access to Moi, all of them. It was only he who went to Kabarak, was meant to wait, and then was told later, no, Moi cannot see you. So he went back to wherever he came from. Do Kenyans remember that? Secondly, if Ruto was like Moi would not have had a problem with bequeathing the Kalenjin, kind of cultural leadership, because this is what these people are. To him, he would not have had a problem. This guy is like me. I've tutored him. He will carry forward my legacy, in quotes. Moi didn't want William Ruto to succeed him. He took over forcefully, if you like, forcefully. 2002, Moi endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta. Of course, William Ruto was part of that arrangement, but Moi didn't have him in his succession plans. He was there because he was part of the so-called young Turks, as it were, these youthful people. But Moi didn't have him in his succession designs. Moi's succession plan was that Uhuru Kenyatta succeeds him and paves the way for his son at a later stage. That was his plan. It didn't work out. So that William Ruto is like Moi, but I'm not so sure. He's not. He may be like Moi because, like most of this political elite, they were socialized under Daniel Moi. So in that sense, it's like Moi. But it's not a carbon copy of Moi. It is not. Moi had problems with William Ruto. Why? Because like Moi, he was ahead of his peers. Moi used to be ahead of his peers. He, for some reason, used to outsmart and outfox his opponents. So in that sense, William Ruto, he's got what you would call political genius. Political genius is that you read your game such a way that your opponents cannot appreciate what move you're going to make next time, next stage. They don't know. You front foot them. In that sense, it's like Moi. Well, that you would give it to him because as far as learning political tricks, he learns very fast. And that's why he's first up at the presidency. He got the thing. But he is not. He is not really a reincarnation of Moi. He is not a reincarnation of Moi. Why he tends to think, people tend to think he's like Moi, it's because like Moi, he has read the political landscape, Pipita, and he has realized that if you've got money and you've got power and you can subdue people, then chances that you'll have people who will stand up to you, consistently are very slim. People will stand up to you are likely to be fewer. Why? Because like Moi, he knows that most Kenyans will not resist easy money. He knows that. Easy money. They will not resist that. Like Moi, he knows that most Kenyans want to gravitate towards power. Towards power. You just see how people behave. Let's say their principals in schools, or these police officers, or whoever it is, Nyumba Kumi people. You can even go to the local Nyumba Kumi people. Anybody, just who has got some semblance of power in Kenya, just observe them closely, how they act, whether they've got power, or even a PA, personal assistant to some public figure, or some secretary in an office will make you wait there at the office and will tell you things that Mukubwa has not said. They're just creating these things to keep you there waiting. Why? Because it gives them some form of authority, power over you. Like you're there waiting for hours on end. You're waiting for Mukubwa. When they know that this so-called Mukubwa is not even coming to office, you wait and then later on they tell you, no, you go home, come back tomorrow. I don't know whether Kenyans are observing how power is exercised in very many areas. It's not just at the macro state level. How people abuse others. It could be in the hospital. It could be a nurse. It could be a doctor. Just how power is exercised. It could be a lecturer at a university who may make your marks get lost because you asked them a question in class or something. Your marks get lost. You have to rewrite that course. Or you have to come back another academic year to do that course and graduate. You're not going to graduate. And there's nothing you're going to do about it. The university will not ask this lecturer, where did the marks for this student or these students go? No, your marks got lost. You didn't sit for that exam. Why you sat the exam? But it's squaring out personal things with you. And there's no recourse. You have to pay fees. You poor, you have to graduate, you have to get a certificate. You have to go back to university. I don't know whether we're observing how power is exercised in Kenya. I'm disturbed but that we are not. And therefore, we look at Ruto because it's a macro level. Then we say, no, we've not seen this. I've gone to schools and the way a teacher talks to you, it's like you're an intruder. You're an intruder. What are you looking for? You go to schools, the way teachers talk to parents, you've seen these cases where students are reporting to school on day one. They're made to sit outside the gate. What are these students doing? They've been told to do the assignment, which they didn't do during the break. And we don't see anything wrong with that. In fact, some of us say, no, those students must have done that homework at home. What are they doing? They are seated there outside the school gate with their parents. That's humiliation. That's autocracy. That's dictatorship. But so no, they're being disciplined. Don't we see those things? And we give them a free pass. So when suddenly somebody is at the top of the government and is doing exactly the things we encounter on a daily basis in churches, pastors beating up people, taking money from Christians they don't account for, selling, I don't know, holy water and minting a lot of money. We don't question those things. When you question the expelling from that church, you go form your own church. Come on, how dare you question this pastor? Go form your own church. You know, in circles, people put money in circles. People run away with that money. You wake up the following day, so no, your circle has collapsed. All your savings is gone. Nothing's going to happen to those characters who are in charge of the money. Life continues. Oh, people said somebody selling a piece of land in Peter. They even go and show you that piece of land. Oh, this is it. Tomorrow or next week, a road is going to pass by here and stuff like that. They show you some weird things. You put money in some kitty there, your money goes. All your life saving, they go. Life continues. Why do we not see these things? We only see these things at the state level, at the macro level. These things are happening in our society on a daily basis. Daily basis. You go to school, there's a fee structure. You're supposed to pay this money. Suddenly the school pulls out another fee structure. They tell you, no, that is the government fee structure. Here we have this money, you have to pay this on this. This is the pay bill number. Pay through this money. Pay. And parents pay. No one questions. What is that? So you find you're paying, I don't know, 20,000 more than what you came from home knowing this is the fee for my child. 20,000 more from nowhere. And they say, if you don't want, you forfeit your child's slot in this school. There are so many people who want this slot. Pipita, do we see those things really? Do we see these things? And they're happening. We don't question them. We don't take these people to task. You see, they've got power and they've got a right to lord it over us. This is a pastor, this is a principal, this is a nurse, this is a doctor, this is Nyumba Kumi leader, this is who it is, whatever, all over the place. They lord it over us. At workplace, people just abuse others. Is your boss just insulting you? They just insult you. People are seated in a meeting, you know, at a workplace. Somebody just insulting you, insulting people, talking to them as if they're kids. And these are people with their families. People say nothing. You go home. What is that? What is that? And these things happen. No, ukiongea unajua sasa is going to isolate you. And it's going to victimize you. But this is abuse. This is autocracy. This is dictatorship. Why are we surprised? Why are we surprised that these things are happening at the state level as if we don't see these things in our day-to-day life? In families, kids can't ask questions. They can't ask their parents any questions. You don't question anything. You don't. They don't even ask for input. Finished. The head of the family has said it. Finished. You have no say. You must do that which has been said. So how do we expect the society to be different? How do we expect the president to be different? How do we expect cabinet ministers to behave differently? How do we expect bureaucrats in offices to behave differently? When the rest of the society, this is how people just behave. We don't see it. We don't see because we have normalized those things, Peter. That's why we don't see them. We have normalized them. It's just normal. But suddenly, when there's a president here, we say, no, this is unheard of. We've never seen this. We've never seen it. So, Ruto is not really like Moi. He's just part of the society that we have in Kenya. That society was there under Kibaki. This society was there under Uhuru Kenyatta. It was there. This society was there under Kenyatta 1. It was there. I'm telling you, these things were there. Nothing has changed. It may be different in terms of scale, in terms of intensity. But when it comes to crimes against people, there's no change. You know? It doesn't matter whether 5 people are killed or 10 people are killed. It doesn't matter that crimes against the people of Kenya, they were there. It doesn't matter how much money was stolen. The fact is it's corruption. It doesn't matter how much land was stolen previously. It's still land grabbing. It doesn't matter how many provisions of the Constitution were violated previously. It still means it's impunity. That's what it means. It doesn't matter how many people of a particular ethnic group were appointed to positions in the bureaucracy. It doesn't matter. Whether the percentage then was less or is now more now, it's still wrong because the representation is disproportionate It's not reflective of the demographics of the country. It doesn't matter. It was wrong then, it's wrong now. So, you want to tell me if we got somebody else tomorrow will act differently? I'm afraid not. Not act differently. What? Because these things are systemic. So, Pipita, what am I saying as I land? What I'm saying is that when we liken Ruto to Moi, we become reductive. We become reductive. What we do is that we come out with history that has got blank pages. Because then the history we have, when we read our politics like that, the history we have, it's going to have blank pages. That the only history that we're concerned with is the one from 78 to 2002. And then from 2002 to date, you'll have blank pages. And then you begin 2022. The things that were there from 78 to 2002 have now started again in 2022. But those blank pages, they're speaking. We will ask, what is not here? What have you omitted here? What have you omitted in these blank pages? Those blank pages will speak. The people will ask questions. So I'm cautioning us, please, let us not liken Ruto to Moi. When we do that, we lose sight of the complexity of the problems we have as a society, as a country. When we do that, we personalize those problems. When we do that, you make people who, from the ethnic group that Ruto belongs, to start thinking that there's something inherently wrong with them. I'm afraid, when it's not really true. That people who come from that society cannot be leaders. I hear people saying those things. It's not true. It's not true. Our society, our governance as it is, it doesn't really matter. If you got somebody from the Turkana tribe, from Samburu tribe, from Luo tribe, from Mijikenda tribe, we will still have these problems because they're systemic. We will have these problems, and especially if they come from those ethnic groups that don't have the numbers, then you're likely to use violence to retain power. You're likely to be crooked to retain power. That's what happens. But when systems work, it doesn't really matter which tribe you come from. It doesn't really matter if you're not surrounded by your core ethnics. The systems, the institutions, the structures are working. Everybody else is at peace with everybody else. No one is scheming against me. But let us not personalize these things. Let us not personalize these things, please. I'm cautioning us. Ruto is not like Moi. In fact, Moi passed over the baton to a Kikuyu. He did. He did deliberately. He knew that his succession was such that he would be succeeded by another Kikuyu, either Uhuru Kenyatta or Mwai Kibaki. If he was as bad as we paint him to be, he would have put another Kalenjin there, or he would have passed over that thing to some other person from another tribe. But what did he do? He passed the thing back to a Kikuyu. So how can we say that was the worst president we ever had? Well, how can we say that? In a highly tribalized country, how can we say that? No, I'm just asking a question. How can you say this guy was the worst? Yet, when he was retiring, he passed over the presidency to a Kikuyu. When he had succeeded, a Kikuyu. How can you say he was the worst? And he was justified to pass it to somebody else and say, look, I've had 24 years. Before then, there was a Kikuyu 15 years. Let somebody else have it. So we're talking about the political elite who exploit tribalism. They are linked by power, by graft, by impunity, but they resort to ethnic balkanization to retain their privileges. So Moi has a lot in common with Uhuru Kenyatta, with Raila Odinga, with Mwai Kibaki, than he has with just an ordinary Kalenjin. William Ruto has a lot in common with Uhuru Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, Daniel Moi, than he has with an ordinary Kalenjin. Why is it difficult to appreciate those things? Why is it difficult? And we say, no, this person is behaving like this because he's a Kalenjin. No, it's not true. It's not true. Raila Odinga has a lot in common with William Ruto. That's why they have no problem. you know, insulting one another. Tomorrow they are sharing whatever they are sharing. That's why Uhuru Kenyatta has a lot in common with Raila Odinga. They insult one another. Tomorrow we wake up, they're shaking hands before cameras, before the rest of the world. But we think that these people represent their ethnic groups. It's not true. It's not true. They don't. They represent their interests, which are economic. And those interests, they obtain them, they maintain them because of power. And to access power and retain power, they have to divide Kenyans along ethnic lines. That is my submission. So the tribe thing, I'm afraid, is going to give William Ruto a second term. We will campaign for him inadvertently, without knowing, and he's going to be re-elected. And we'll be surprised, why was he re-elected? He was re-elected because we don't read what's happening around us. We reduce things to the bare minimum. Peter, I yield.
Thank you so much, Western Shilao, for that challenge. Now, like General China, General, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm good. Good evening, guys. Yeah.
Good evening.
Yes, I'm also fine. I'm just so worried about what has happened today because in the midst of this confusion, Kumbe, they were driving something. They were after accomplishing something which they have accomplished, which is good for them. Me, I will say, and I always repeat, Ruto is a reincarnation of Daniel Arap Moi, who was the worst president of the Republic of Kenya. Daniel Arap Moi will be remembered as the worst president of the Republic of Kenya, who observed murders of very many activists in the Republic of Kenya. People were killed, there were torture here and there, people were being jailed without trials in court. So he stands as the worst president that Kenya has ever had in the history of this country. And right now we are dealing with one of his sons, people that he trained. Because when Ruto was heading the JKIA of 1992, their work was to eliminate. They were someone eliminating human beings is not something new to William Ruto. He was taught by his godfather, Daniel Arap Moi, how to kill, how to murder, how to maim. Abductions that right now are coming. There are things that he was trained when he was still a young man. So it's turned to be the worst president that this republic has ever had. And we are not going to give him a chance. We are not going to glorify him. And we are not going to be scared simply because he worked with Moi. He worked with Moi and he learned the tactics. And that's what we like. So William Ruto is first of all, is a dictator. Is a modern world dictator. Which the only prayer, there's someone there who prayed that the only thing, because we are working on different mechanisms of how we can do away with this guy. And the first thing on the table is when God can, if God can give us his gracious mercies to take his life, we can be very happy. That one can spare us from spending too much money on the resources that we will spend in this revolution. And it must be noted that that is a first option, and we are paying. If God can do that, we can be very, very happy. As we also look on the other alternative, that is the first alternative, by the way. If God can relieve us from this problem, and we want to send a message, and we are sending message to William Ruto and his battalions. When Uhuru wa hii nchi ilikuwa inapatikana at 1963, was a very young man, and what the late Kenyatta and the late Daniel Arap Moi did to the people of Kenya, this William Ruto will not be able to do, because ni rais ambaye ameshindwa na uongozi, uchumi imemshinda. The only thing he can do is to travel and go to each and every country, going there to represent Kenya, and there's nothing of good we have ever gotten. Kumbe all these safaris were just to broker deals about now they can travel, to broker deals about the airport, to sell our ports. That's how he spends taxpayers' money every time. So William Ruto is someone whose days are numbered. According to us people in the movement, we believe that these days are numbered according to our own tactics we are forming on the ground. But we are also praising Almighty God to give us his favors, to relieve us from this problem. So William Ruto is continuing with is a good dictator, and is propagating propagating from where Moi left it. But we are not going to allow him to do that. We are not going to allow him to do that, and that is our responsibility, because now the county is at a mess. If a public property is just being sold like that without consultation, then where are we heading as a county? William Ruto, we will not fear William Ruto. If it reaches a point, we will boil up. We will boil back and go back to the streets, because that is the language that he hears most. And we will not try to go to the streets, because it is a sacrifice we have made amongst ourselves, that we must go to the streets, because we are tired of liars. Lies every day, every day, every night. It is lies. In fact, I'm support. There's a lawyer who has taken a case in court. Maybe our president is having a mental disorder, because he's lying even more than 5 times in a day. This is a serial liar and a serial killer who has seen very many Kenyans, young Kenyans, being killed, being tortured, and we want to give him a chance here. His days are numbered. As much as he continue to consolidate all the leadership, he has already absorbed the opposition is in government. Now the only opposition that we have, and it is one constituency. This one constituency is the Gen Z movement. And this movement carries everyone, and this is the only constituency that is outside the government, and it stands at the opposition. We will keep this government on check, and right now we want to push for the reconstitution of the IEBC. Then after the reconstitution of the IEBC, we will get one brave MP, which we are very confident we'll get, to just table that motion. And after tabling that motion, watuachie MPs tutadil now. Let them just do whatever, watuweke tu hiyo bill ya approve, like inaweza anza kusomwa kwa bunge, ianze process ya kuipitisha, then watuachie hiyo, au wabunge ikifika hiyo time election, we will show them dust than even more than what happened on 25th, because these are total jokes. These are total jokes that we are now witnessing as a country. Where are we heading to as a country? This is a country full of mess, starting from education, food security.
Wacha nikusimamisha hapo General China. Unajua nimekuja kurealize that nitasema hivyo because it's something that I've noticed in everybody who is angry with this government and says that we are in the movement. Okay? There is a lot of, we are doing this, we are going to take these people out. Yes? But my question still remains heavy here. Yes, we. Who is we? What is this that you as General China are doing towards this?
Yes,
that's my question to you, General. Because I feel like people come to the mic and say they're angry about Ruto, they're angry about the corruption, they are planning to take them out in 2027. But we have agreed that these guys have already consolidated for 2027. And from the looks of it, the government and the opposition are together. So they have a plan for 2027. So as you're saying that you're planning to get them out in 2027, what is it that you're doing strategically, apart from anger, that is going to solve this, apart from kusema kwamba tutawafunga? You guys, Moi died of natural causes. Nicholas Biwott died of cancer, natural causes. The robbers of the country, so many other people, they die of natural causes. They don't get to be followed through to the fullness of justice. Why? Hii story here eti tutawafunga. What are we saying that is different? Because I feel like I am tired of listening to people just saying they are angry. Oh, Ruto is bad, is a murderer. Yes, we know that. But what is our way forward? I host spaces daily to keep people heard, to give people a voice to be heard out there, you know. So while we are getting people heard out there, what is the message are we putting out there? Because at some point, I fear that we are going to, at the risk of this, we are going to end up being an echo chamber. And through being an echo chamber, people just get tired gradually and stop listening to us, because they're like, okay, so they're going to say they're angry at Ruto. Okay, we are going to go back to the streets. Okay, hey, what else are we going to say? Ruto is a murderer, looter. Yes, we know that. So I want us, when you're also getting to this microphone, let us also get to to say things that are actually factual. And also when you're talking about we are going to send these people home. First of all, in order to send these people home, we need to have an alternative. We are at 2024 November, October, and we are still not yet even able to say, and that is what I was thinking about this morning, and that is why I'm saying we need to change these conversations. I'm saying this on my space. This is our open announcement. Okay? Tuesday next week, before General China continues, Tuesday next week, I'm going to open the microphone to anybody. Na isikike na yeke on record. Anybody who is interested in being a leader in 2027. Mmenielewa? Unataka kuwa MCA, unataka kuwa women rep, unataka kuwa MP. Because now, as we are saying that, oh, we want to have these voices, we have to have these voices. I want to hear what these people that we are saying tuenda kuwabadilisha, are they going to be the Salasias now? Because nime realize being young is not a guarantee that you have brains. Look at, when you listen carefully to one of these people that we are talking about, I don't want you guys to start hating me. You guys get emotional about him. But when you look at what that guy says, you realize there's a lot of Rutoism in him. He promises things he knows he cannot do. He brings in pseudo religion inside it. He is very secretive about the way he moves his money. When one of his was, anyway, that's their business. So while you're getting angry about these things, tuache tu kusema, oh, this guy is killing people. Yeah, we know. Tuache. Mi nimechoka na hiyo maasira. So wewe Tuesday, kama unataka kuwa president, kuja kwa home run. Kama unataka kuwa MP, hata uniambie tu pipi, me I want to be an MP for a place called Kasipul, Kabondo. And honestly, mimi kama mtu wa young age, nimeona kwamba MP wetu anafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Okay, come with the documents if you have to. Tell us my MP is a robber. Don't come and tell us he shouted in Bunge. Everybody saw that. If you're going to use that to decampaign them, then you've lost it at the door. So come here with the documents. Sewa kuna barabara fulani Tongaren to Tongaruen alikuwa ajenge for 17 million shillings, but because alikuwa na somebody and somebody akujenga. Come with those documents. Let us hear you. Tusikie watu wakikusikiza hapa. Kuna watu wenye wanakusikiza hapa ndo watakupigia kura one day, or they represent the Kenyan electorate. So if you talk to us and tell us, PP, I want to be an MCA in my place, alafu anza kuniambia stories za sijui unataka kujenga nini, mtu anaweza kuambia, okay, this one is not right, okay, maybe this one is not needed, and maybe through that we have already started another era of leadership. That is what I want us to start from. I want us to stop mark timing on anger. Ruto mark timed on anger on only one day. We have mark timed on anger for 4 months. General China, what are we planning to do? When you say we, I've already communicated my way. I'm going to use my voice to help people get their voice out there. What are we doing? What are you doing?
Thank you for that, Brother Bifita. So, me, what I'm going to do according to myself, I'm first of all spearheading what is called civic education, because most of the choices that we make in the ballot, all the problems that we are submerged right now, they are because of the wrong choices that we made, because of maybe lack of general knowledge of how things should be done. So I'm spearheading. The first thing is the civic education. The second thing, which I'm urging each and every person in the movement, is to push for the reconstitution of the IEBC, because the moment the longer it takes, the longer it will also push the date for election. So we want it to be reconstituted as fast as possible, so that we can start holding these MPs also who think they are hiding under it at ransom. We will be holding each and every person at ransom So that is the second thing I'm championing to be done. The third thing is voter mobilization, like mass voter mobilization. Like people should take the ID, the young generation, the people who have just finished high school, and the
How
people
are
who
you
have just
doing that?
yes. The way I've been encouraging people to go and take the IDs, and I'm going to appoint some people who can't afford. I'm supporting them in getting the IDs, and I pray to Almighty God to bless my pockets as this revolution goes on, to get more funds so that I can be able to sponsor very many people to make sure that I have achieved this dream. And the third one, because we are all crying that all MPs are also bad, no one is good in this government, is encouraging each and every youth to come in front, like the way you have said, in the leadership. Because if you don't have an option, then you are the option. There's no other option. You come to the leadership spaces and you take them all head on. If you feel you are MP, for those people who feel the MCS have let them down, you go there and you become the replacement there. Me, I'll say the post that I will go for, but it is too early. I'm still strategizing on how the ground works, because you must also listen to the ground. So those are the points that I will say as per now. I will join later to continue with the conversation. Thank you very much, Brother Peter.
Unaona sasa, hiyo ndio inaitwa objective delivery, kwamba unatuambia kitu yenye wewe pia unafanya, because hii movement nimerealize kuna a lot of tossing. Ile mtu anataka kusema we will do, but wewe mwenyewe hakuna kitu unafanya, ama you want to do that what we call armchair, armchair kind of activism where you send money and then you want Western naende akupiganie mbele. No. You also have to be doing something as a person. JMO, Jambo. Unmute your mic, JMO, if you can hear me.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to give my opinions, my 2 cents about all what is happening to this country. There's this notion that Kenyans need civic education, like Kenyans are stupid. According to like the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics some years back, we had a literacy rate of 83%. So many nikisikia civil education, not that Kenyans don't know how to read, they can even read the constitution by themselves, but it's like wako tu wana assume so long as I'm not affected by whatever is happening, I'm good to go. So I'll pay much interest or keen interest on whatever is happening to the country. So long as I'm not being affected, so long as there's a crisis in the health sector, na mimi siyuko affected, we're good to go. So my point is, like, I believe we have a societal problem whereby si ati ni watu wabaya, ni society, ni structure zetu venye tunaishi ndio mbaya. Sijui kana na make point, like hata unaweza toa Ruto hata saa hii replace na Morara Kebasu, but our problems will still persist. So actually that point yenye mnasema sijui Gen Z, kuna Gen Z bunge hata saa hii, some of the dumbest Gen Zs I've ever seen, like that lady Toto hafikiriangi kivyake, alafu utasikia watu wakisema Gen Z wachukue. It's not a matter of Gen Zs or boomers or millennials. Kuna shida na hata ukiondoa the current crop, I feel like our problems will still persist. Yes, hiyo ndio rant yangu, sina solution kwa sasa nime give up.
Usigive up ndugu yangu, lakini pia kama umegive up, simama hapo kando, utatukimbiza mbele. Nixon, how are you doing?
How are you doing, Pipita?
Niko salama kabisa.
Thank you for the flow. So the thing I think is the way to go is still a very long treacherous one. We have a very long way to go as it is, because the problem we're facing ahead is just so huge. So it actually depends on how we organize ourselves, how we make our resolutions in this, because the system is rotten to the core. For example, I've had one of us saying like we can have a session where we bring up one of our good MPs to bring the motion of impeaching the president. But that one I don't see it working, because these MPs we have, yeah. By the time MPs, everybody understand what I'm saying in this thing. MPs in this sense are watu wameingia hapo kukula. And this is a very, very unfortunate situation that is lingering across the country, because if you keenly had to check back, way back when these people are expressing the intention to be MPs or to be governors or to be senators, what was the factor that was making them get so excited with these positions? Hakuna kitu ingine ya maana hapa yenye unaweza sema. It was about getting rich and getting rich quick. So if you saw, like I've been a very keen guy watching how Muthomi Njuki landed into his governor position in wherever that side of the country. I saw what motivated him. I've seen what motivated guys like Mandago. I saw what motivated guys like Kinakabogo. We could see these things. If you get this position, you know what? I'm the senior guy in this thing. I got these millions or billions, yeah. So these billions are passing through my hands. So there's no way kuna vile hizi billions za kuzidedicate zifanye kazi hii, na hakuna vile niko nakosa kitu yenye najikatia hapo. So what happens in this thing? These guys get positions, but they're not really sent to do work for Kenyans. They're going there to chase for what they can get out of what is being dedicated for their people. So at the end of the day unapata hakuna kazi yote ya maana inafanyika kwa ground. Hata pesa yote yenye za kuja ya kufanya project ya maana ya kusaidia watu wake hizi fanyika, because huyu jamaa anaona hii pesa inafaa kwa yake. He did the campaigns, yeah, and he spent a lot of money to get that seat, so he has to recover that money. If this mentality continues, hakuna mahali tunaenda. So first things first, I think we need to fix the whole thing. Hii kitu imeoza. We have to accept that. Hata kama tunataka tupate new leaders wenye wanataka ku take over and make a change, they should not come into this thing knowing that hapa naenda kupata kiti ya governor, then all of a sudden I'll be this big man here. I got all these mansions, I got all these monies, and I got all these trappings. So mimi si mtu wa kawaida. So your mentality ikitoka from guys who want to vie. I mean, you should have guys who are going to vie thinking that you're going to serve the country. If you're going to have an avenue where people are going to promote patriotism first, then this thing is going to work. It's very sad to see like the house, our parliament house, imekuwa ni kama ile camel, I mean ile story ya camel yenye inataka kuingia kwa tent. So what the camel does is inaingiza kichwa, polepole inaingiza shingo, alafu polepole inaingiza nundu, alafu inaingia yote. So sasa hiyo camel vile tunaongea with our MPs, sasa hii camel imeingia yote kwa hiyo tent. What am I saying with this illustration? I'm saying this is like, if you look at the kind of laws they've passed laws that are favoring them. The other day uliangalia the courts were able to thrash away the issue about CDF. Mmeona nini wabunge wakisema? Wabunge hawataki kuachilia hii kitu. Juu wanaona hii kitu is theirs. Wanataka wakae nayo wakule hiyo pesa vizuri. Juu sasa unamnyima hii CDF, sasa yeye atakula wapi? That's why unaona a young MP kama Selassie ako na confidence ya kutuanikia payslip yake anapata sio 2,000. Kwa hiyo mshahara yote ya 1,000,000. Kwani hiyo pesa nyingine ya kumsustain hiyo lifestyle anakaa nayo, hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Kwani sisi ni wajinga? Hatujui pesa inatoka wapi mtu anaishi vizuri? So sasa tunasema nataka kuchange hii CDF thing ikuje ifanye kazi the way it's supposed to be, or hataki kuachilia. Then they've promised, they've even said that as in they're going to make another law to make sure that they have this thing in their hands. Na Wakenya wamekataa hii kitu. Sasa hii ni statement kubwa sana, inamaanisha hata pale tunaenda wale wengine watakuja ku inherit the same thing. And the moment wale wengine wazuri watakuja ku inherit the same thing. So wata change tu wafuate hiyo njia, because it's so easy for somebody to follow things that anajua inamfaidi, anaona life imekuwa easy hapa, anakula pesa vizuri. If you don't have a way to make sure that these things are reverted, I think tuko na shida kubwa sana. Bado tuna kazi, we need to fix this country. Kuna vitu hao wabunge wametuibia sana. Hao wabunge wametwist vitu mingi, imeenda to their favor. So sasa hizi vile tuko nao wabunge pale, hakuna kitu ya maana wanafanya. All they think is about deals zenye wanaweza pata anywhere. So wabunge wako hapo, and these are the owners of so many companies za kujenga mabarabara huko kwa mashinani, na hizo barabara hazijengwi. Hao ndio wanapata hiyo pesa. Hao ndio make deals na governors ndio hao pale wanajenga sijui manyumba huko mashambani. Kuna sense gani ya kujenga nyumba huko mashambani ya milioni 200? Majenga nyumba Bomet ya milioni 200. Milioni 200 Bomet ni pesa kiasi gani? Surely acha tuongee tusaidiane mawazo. Kama wewe unaweza jenga nyumba ya milioni 200 Nairobi, tunaweza elewa. Lakini milioni 200 Bomet ama milioni 200 huko whatever mashambani huko, how expensive is that house umejengwa? Imejengwa na kitu gani hiyo pesa yote inaenda kujenga nyumba? Na nani aliadvise hao watu sasa priority kwa a given county ni kujenga nyumba ya governor? Governor mwenyewe ako na mshahara mzito hivyo, hawezi jenga nyumba yake nyumbani akae vizuri na anakaa kwa hiyo county? Hawezi jijengea nyumba yake compound mzuri na hiyo mshahara yake? What is it? Lazima kuwa nyumba nyingine hapo imejengwa hapo na kwake ni hapa, hii county ni yake. I mean, kuna vitu mingi lazima tuangalie holistically. Hii pesa mtu anachukua milioni zaidi ya 200 ya kwenda kujenga nyumba ya governor kwa county ambayo watu wanalala njaa. Does it make sense? Hii sasa hizi story kwenda mbele, wacha tukue watu tuko practical na vitu zinafanyika. Na tuweze kuquestion au tukue na njia ya kuweza kuquery. Tukweli vitu zote zinataka kufanyika. Tukue part and parcel of our program. Sio kusema tu these are our leaders. We don't question what they do. We don't question what they dedicate to do. Yeah, lazima tukue ndani ya hii vitu to make sure zile funds tunapata zikiingia mashinani zinafanya kazi ambayo inafaa mwananchi wa kawaida. Hapana kuwa na proposals ambazo nufaishi mwananchi wa kawaida. Sasa watu wa county yetu unapata ma-counties watu wanafanya benchmarking, sijui umesikia watu wameenda trip wapi wamespend sijui milioni ngapi. Ni inafaidi nini mwananchi wa kawaida? Na wako na nafasi kubwa ya kufanya vitu mingi ya kutosha kwa hiyo county, but they're just wasting money. We need to change rules. We need to come up with policies. So going forth, mi naona haitoshi kusema sasa ati tumeboeka na Ruto na tukae chini kufikiria kufanya plans za kuchange how business is done. Lazima tukae chini tuanze kudraft sasa. Hapa hivi hao wameenda wrong hivi. Sasa tunataka tuanze kufanya vitu this way. We must come up with a formula of doing things in a different way. Otherwise kama ni hivi tumekaa, hata tukivote watu wengine wapya next time watafanya the same thing. We must come up with a way now to pronounce like this time going forth. Hatutafanya kama zamani. Hii kiti ya kusema tunataka kuchukua hapa upate, sio ile kiti ya kwenda kujitajirisha. Ni kitu ukuja ufanye kazi, ufanyie Kenya kazi. So narrative change. We need to change the narrative. History ya kusema mtu lazima kuwa na 50 million kuendelea ndio apate kuvai kiti ya governor, hiyo story itoke. Sijui tunaweza fanya aje kuelimisha wananchi wako mashinani. Maana mashinani kuna shida sana. Kuna ujinga wa kutosha. Maana umaskini umetusumbua, tunajua. Sasa mtu ana glorify ile statement ya kusema huyu jamaa amekuja kufanya campaign, ametupatia pesa ngapi? Huyu mwingine amekuja, yes, anaongea vizuri lakini hatoi pesa. Sasa at the end of the day tunapata tuna elect mtu ng'ombe sana because ana spend pesa yake, ana invest, ana invest kuspend kwa hiyo I mean campaigns, akijua akipata hii kitu anaenda kurudisha hiyo pesa yake. Sasa atarudisha hiyo pesa aje? Hawezi kurudisha hiyo pesa na mshahara yake, si itabidi awaibie. So we need to change. We need to we have a long way to go. We need to educate people huko mashinani kwanza, waelewe effect ya kuelect leaders, yeah, because wametoa pesa fulani. Your narrative change. Let us have leaders who are speaking sense, how they are going to change our lives. Sio story ya kukuja hapa mashinani ametoa 200, huyo mwingine amekuja ametoa 500. So yule 500 ndio mtu wa maana, huyo ametoa pesa mzuri. Alafu mna end up kupigia huyo mtu ametoa 500. Hiyo 500 yake imekuja bure. Yeah, maana Wakenya tumekuwa wazuri sana kupenda vitu za bure. Hii kitu ni hasara, watu wanakuja huko wengi. Yes, nimekuja lakini kuna kitu ya hasara kweli, hakuna kitu ya hasara. Huyu jamaa amespend pesa yake, itabidi arudishe hiyo pesa. So the moment unapata hii kiti hivi akiingia hapo, the first ni kurudisha pesa yake amespend. Na hiyo pesa na pengine ameiba mahali. Ama alikuwa leader mahali, alikuwa kwa position fulani kwa hiyo serikali, ameiba huko, amekuja amewachotea hapa. Sasa anarudisha hiyo pesa. Na aibe kabisa. Sasa hakuna kitu at the end of the day hakuna maendeleo mtawahi kurealize. Na it is very sorry to see in the house that those are the people we have. Tuseme tu kweli. Hiyo bonge toka nayo vile tunasema MPs, hao watu hiyo ndio design yao, because hao ni watu wa kufanya deals. Hao ni wheeler dealers. Hakuna jina lingine unaweza describe hao watu. So hakuna vile tunaweza fikiria ati kuna mmoja wao anaweza raise hiyo motion ya ku impeach president na ipita, haiwezi pita. Maana wanajua hiyo mkate itaenda. So ni sisi tujipange vizuri, kwa sababu kama tuna nafasi ya kuweza kufika mashambani, let us educate our people. Haifaidi kusema wewe ni mtu wetu sijui nini au jamaa yetu. Hiyo mentality itoke. Maana hata kama ni mtu wako, wakati una vote huyo mtu wako ameenda huko, amepata hiyo position, anakuja nyumbani kukusaidia. Kuna siku ni watu wangapi huko mashinani huyo mtu, sababu ni mtu wenu, amewapea jobs hapo down, ama amekuja hapo amewaletea development, sio amewafanyia, ni kila mtu ako sawa kushinda ile area nyingine yenye si mtu wao. Most of the time unaangalia vile umevotea hao watu wetu vile wamevote hivyo, si wako tu the same across the country. Hakuna mtu anashinda mwingine in terms of living standards, sababu ulivotea mtu wenu. So watu waanze kujifunza hii vitu mapema. Huyo mtu unamvotea unasema ni mtu wenu, hakuna cha mtu wako, hakujui. Akishapata hii kiti, the best thing anakuja kufanya hapo kando, atakaribisha relatives na akaribisha mabeshte wake wengine, hata si kabila yako, ndio hao watawai job. Kwani watu waone hizi vitu? Na itachukua siku ngapi watu kujifunza hii trend inaenda aje? Then we need to change this thing. Tunaweza kuwa na mtu yoyote kwa president hapo juu, doesn't matter sijui ametoka kabila kubwa, bora huyo mtu ile nini anakuja nayo, amekuja na points mzuri za kudevelop hii Kenya. So Kenya going forth, I think we really have a lot to do, just to say. So anyway, wacha nafasi mne kama mtu mwingine anaweza ongezea kitu ya maana hapo. Thank you.
Asante sana bwana Nixon, na ukweli hivi umesema vitu vizito kweli ya kwamba saa zingine mtu unasema eti ni mtu wenu alafu anaenda anaandika mtu mwenye hata sio hiyo tribe yenye anasema ni mtu wenu. So ni crazy sana. I'm trying to read here, a sick society produces sick people. A corrupt society produces corrupt people. That is our leaders, that is Mositano. It's garbage in, garbage out. A majority of us can't wait to get deals za kuomosha regardless, bora asipatikane. We also need to change. Mnasikia hiyo? You need to change. Tunataka quick rich schemes. Ndio maana unasikia watu wanasema corruption is only bad if it does not benefit you. If it benefits you, it's good. Hiyo unaitanga deals. Ile mnaita kujuana, by the way. That is what I'm trying to point at, if you do not know what I mean. Yeah, so I'm reading the comments hapo hivi, so you can also write the comments Usiseme hukupata nafasi ya kuongea juu mic ilikosa. You can write also a comment. Yes, so Andrew All is telling me to have, I had to plan to have a team of investigative reporters. Manze, I've had a lot of things going on, and of course, all these things need money. So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 minutes to the top of the hour. We still have like 2 hours to the top, to the end. I just wanted to say that Adani has got the government through CS and I has confirmed that the government of Kenya has gone into an agreement with the Adani Group, Energy Limited, for 97 point something billion over 30 years. Ngeni pale hivi kwenye tip Jaline 0721948229 and support the show. Western Shilaho, what is the significance of 30 years? Why 30 years? Wanataka 30 years ya airport, 30 years ya energy, same energy, same entity. So it looks like it's the same entity that is controlling energy. They're going to take health. It says shift pia iko chini ya Adani. Oh my God. O'Brien ameniambia Peter, read my comment. Hebu acha tuone comment ya Brian. Usinichape bro. Let's mobilize for revolution. There's no other way out. Yeah. Solution is one, revolution. Yes, talk to me, Weston.
Peter, you know, this arrogance, it's arrogant because governments usually design their programs within the period within which they're expected to prosecute their agenda. And if you're elected for 5 years, well, you will design things that you can accomplish in 5 years. And hopefully, by the end of 5 years, you can use those things to secure 5 years more. In some countries, you do 8, 4, 4. So when you see governments, signing things that run into, decades, one thing that they are telling you is that they think that way into the future, there will be no fundamental change as far as governance in Kenya is concerned, that people will succeed them, will not have a problem with these kind of deals because they didn't have a problem with the deals that were signed before. So the people who come will, uphold, retain those obnoxious contractual obligations. Because until now, we've not had a government that comes into power and cancels things that were done previously. CBC was not supposed to take off. That was the red flag for me. Once the William Ruto administration retained CBC, I said, no, this is yet another false start. This is another false start. It was not supposed to take off. And in fact, they said as much while they were on the campaign trail. So basically, it's a challenge to us, Pipita. It's a challenge to us that really, how come we don't have people who think differently from these characters that cocksure, that come next elections, individuals who get into parliament, individuals who occupy various positions will not think differently from them. They will justify why those deals are in the best interest of the Kenyan people, why those deals cannot be cancelled because signatures were appended to some documents. You can draw from the SGR thing. Didn't they promise that they will make public the contract? Did they? They did not. So, Pipita, that's the challenge. Whether elections, this thing we're talking about IEBC, whether elections really can fundamentally turn around the way the countries run. Whether really elections can turn around things. And they are convinced that elections will not change a thing. They're convinced as far as that is concerned. And that's why one of the mortal mistakes that we perpetrated is that governments that perpetrated atrocities against Kenyan people, individuals who held positions in those governments were never brought to account. That has been the greatest mistake that we have ever tolerated as a country. And therefore, it's become self-perpetuating going forward. It's become self-perpetuating. So these guys are cocksure, they're sure that even if you, Pipita, you are to be elected today, they're sure you're not going to hold them to account. That's what they're saying with those 30-year deals. You won't hold them to account, you won't bring them to book because they never brought to book those who preceded them. And that's why Pipita have a problem when we can afford to defend people like Rigathi Gachagua. I've got a problem with that, frankly speaking. I do. Because what it says is that tomorrow, William Ruto, some of us will have a problem with William Ruto being held to account. I can put it to you. Some of the people on this platform, if tomorrow a decision were to be made that William Ruto has to be brought to account, they will defend him. I can put it to you. They'll defend him. They say, no, we want peace. You can't do that. No president has ever been brought to justice and stuff like that. They will have all sorts of, faulty arguments as to why that cannot be done. The same way they said the likes of Matiang'i can't be brought to justice. Whoever it is can't be brought to justice. The same way people who signed SGR can't be brought to justice. The same way we never demanded, in fact, we were to demand from William Ruto. You promised us State Capture Commission of Inquiry. We want it. We want this. So that we get to know what happened vis-a-vis this mega infrastructural programs. We didn't make that demand, Pipita. We did not make it. We didn't even hold them to account as far as that pledge is concerned. We did not. Now, we're concerned that the things are continuing. They are auctioning the country. Why are we surprised? We did not make that demand, did we? They promised once we get into office, and the excuse we gave was that, no, we can never have such a conversation because these guys were party to those deals. Can that be an argument? Can that be an excuse? Okay, it can, but can you consider the cost? Can you consider the cost? The cost is that they are continuing to do exactly those things that were done before. They're doing them. Tomorrow we wake up after elections, the guys who come, I can guarantee you they'll do the same thing. Because we've never said, we will attach your property. We're going to attach your property. You can't account for this property. You cannot account for this money in your account. We will attach this money. And we're not just going to attach your money, you'll go to jail. You will go to jail. What happened today vis-a-vis, what is the name of this member of parliament for Sirisia? There's a member of Sirisia who was convicted the other day. He's been acquitted or something like that. Yeah, over corruption. Yeah, that matter is playing itself below the radar. Below the radar. So yes, jails are meant for who? If you go to a country where you don't find big shots in jails, Pepita, there are big problems in that country. Massive problems. You go to prisons, you don't find big shots there. You don't find a pastor there. You don't find a vice chancellor there who looted money from a university. You don't find the CEO of a company there in jail. You don't find a cabinet minister there. You don't find a member of parliament there. Pepita, it tells you that there are massive problems in that country, big ones. You just find small people there in jails, stole eggs, stole chicken, stole maize meal, stole what? Small people there. You never find big fish there. So There are massive problems in that country because it's not the eggs that somebody steals that will collapse a country. It is the money that the big shot in government steals, the tenders. That's what collapses a country. That's what causes poverty. It is the money that the president looks the other side as people steal, or the president himself steals with his cronies or through his cronies. That is the money that collapses a country. That's the money that makes sure that there are no medicine in hospitals because they steal in billions. There are no good roads, people die. There's no food security because they have imported so much and have minted money. Farmers have abandoned farming because it's not worth their effort. And there's poverty and hunger all over the place. That's what makes kids go to school. They get out of school. They're not knowledgeable. They've got certificates, but they have no knowledge. So they can't be helpful to the economy. That's stealing. So you've got people that go to school, but really, you can't do much with them as far as the economy is concerned because you don't care about what they learn in school. It is that stealing. But so far, Pepita, we think that it's heretic to arrest a big person in Kenya. It's heretic. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Why are you doing that? When they do, no, it's witch hunt. It's politically motivated. We always have good reasons as to why a big person in Kenya should never be arrested, should never lose a job. It's their opponents who have a problem. They want to bring him down. No, man. The other people have also stolen. Why are you going after this person? So does it mean if somebody is stealing, another one is stealing, then stealing becomes normal? It must be accepted? Does it mean people murder one another? Therefore, we should legalize murder. Because it doesn't matter if you could take these people to jail, tomorrow you wake up, somebody's dead by the side of the road. So just don't try people who have murdered. Because you won't stop murder. It will continue. Is that how we reason? No, don't arrest this member of parliament because the entire parliament is rotten. So just leave them to continue stealing. Don't impeach this deputy president because even the president is corrupt. So let them continue stealing. Is that how we can argue? But we are doing that. Why are we doing that? And then we wake up with a surprise, Pepita, that the things that we defend are happening under our noses. So like, how is it? It's just counterintuitive. We're not consistent. So who should we arrest? Who should you try? Who should we demand that brings money back to the Kenyan people, money that was stolen? Who should be held to account? So that's what I'm saying. William Ruto is actually a Kenyan. He's a Kenyan. This is not a Tanzanian. This is not a Ugandan. This is a Kenyan. But we're embarrassed because he exposes our duplicity. That's why we're embarrassed with him. He exposes our duplicity. He exposes our autocracy in our own backyards. We're very intolerant people. He exposes our tribalism. Deep down, we behave the way he does. So we're embarrassed. Deep down, we celebrate when misfortune bedevils other people. So if it's ODM people that the police are shooting, they can shoot them. That is destructive. Okay, tomorrow we wake up, the police are also shooting us because the government has changed. Then we get shocked. Like, really, what's happening? What? But do you remember yesterday, your position, when, say, ODM or CORD or Azimio people were protesting? Do you remember your position? What did you say? They are destructive. They are running down businesses. These people, what? Well, you said those things, okay? Today, the government has changed. The guns are trained against you. What are you saying? There's autocracy, there's dictatorship. I mean, come on. We're not consistent. Do you remember what you said when some Kenyans were saying we can't elect two people who face egregious charges before the ICC? We'll set a bad president in our country. Do you remember what you said? No, these people are being chosen by God. No, these people are bringing peace. No, these two people will make sure that going forward, Kikuyus and Kalenjins will never fight again. They'll never fall out. You remember what you said? Hey, they've got money, so they won't steal. No, Uhuru Kenyatta is already a wealthy person. Is this a correct person to be a president? He has no desire to steal. You remember what you said? You recall what you said? You justified what? You justify all sorts of egregious things. So when these things later on, they come to bite you, you are shocked. Look what's happening. Where did William Ruto come from? Where did he come from? Eh? You didn't see him coming. You didn't see him walking. You didn't see him walking. You saw him walking. You even encouraged him. You even shut down people who are trying to say, no, we must stop these people. You call them names. Oh, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, things are coming to bite you. Suddenly you are shocked. Peter, William Ruto exposes our duplicity, our double standards, our spinelessness. We have no capacity to stand up to evil. We have no capacity to stand up to good governance and say we will defend good governance no matter what. No, we have no capacity to stand up for the rule of law. We don't have it. We are like fair weather. I will interpret the Constitution based on the person who is embattled, based on the issues in question. Do I stand to gain? Do I stand to lose? Is the person who is on trial my person, not my person? Yeah, that's how we read the law. That's how we interpret it. So we say, oh, this guy cannot be impeached. Oh, he'll go to the Senate. No, he'll go to the courts. Why can't we say, cut this excess thing, we want to move on, please? Spare us the trouble. Spare us the circus. Cut it. We want this thing to elongate until even next elections. He can go to court. There's nothing that William Ruto is going to do. And then we get surprised that things are not working for us, Peter. How can they work for us? If there's stasis in the government like that, there's infighting in the government like that, and there was no, it's not a priority. A priority is ADANI. Autopilot, you want to put the government on autopilot? Okay, the person at the head as the president is not running the government, he's just running. The government is running on its own. No, it's not going to work like that. Because even autopilot, the aeroplane is actually running. It's running. The thing knows where it's going. The thing knows the altitude. The thing can warn you if it's headed in the clouds or in some mountain. It will warn you. Please, you're going to crash. It's going to warn you. So autopilot, it's not like the thing is directionless. It knows where it's going. It's a very sophisticated form of engineering. So you can't say the country's on autopilot. If it's on autopilot, it's actually working. Here, the thing is directionless. Yes, it works seamlessly. When the country's on autopilot, you don't even see the president or in the media. So you don't even care. I've not seen the president for 1 week. I don't care. But in Kenya, you don't see William Ruto for 1 week. People start asking, where is he? What do you want him to do? When you see him, how does that help you? When you don't see a minister, where this minister is not working, people tell you, no, Kindiki is working because he's seen in the media often. So no, they give him, I don't know what percentage. Do you go to countries that work, Pepita? You can enter a train. You sit next to a minister or you sit next to a prime minister, but you don't even know. You don't know, and you don't even care. You don't know them because you don't see them on TV. Some person said, do you know this person we're getting off the train? This is the prime minister. Oh, you say, okay, this is a minister. You don't know them. We know these people, Pepita, because things are not working. That's why we know them. If the country was working, we don't even know the Minister of Education, and we would not even care. We wouldn't even know the Minister of Health, and we would not care. Because I go to hospital, I get treated. Why would I care who is the Minister of Health? My kid goes to school, comes back, I listen to what they're saying. There's good learning taking place. I go to the supermarket, what I want to buy is there. And they're not selling me poison. They have ensured that the things I'm buying actually, they're good for my health. Why would I care who is the minister of, I don't know, transport or of agriculture? I could not care. Farmers, they invest in their farms. They harvest their produce. They make, they recoup their investments. Why would they care who is the minister of health, of agriculture is? They would not care. But we care these people, we care who is appointed because these people don't work for us. We want to see William Ruto in the media because he's not working for us. So we think when we see him in the church, we see him addressing people, I don't know where, we see him all over the country, that he's working. And if we don't see him, we thought, no, he must be sick. There must be something wrong. That is the problem. So I'm saying, Pepita, William Ruto is us. How I wish we owned up that, because that would mark the beginning of turning this country around. But denialism, I see we are soaked in denialism. It's not me. No, those things have nothing to do with me. No, this is a strange person. No, this is a strange government. This government people are strange people. That's denialism. And denialism is not going to help us. It will not help us. It's just apportioning blame, just blame casting, just looking for a person to hang. We will hang this person. Okay, you hang them. The person who replaces them is exactly like the person you hanged, if not worse. Will you keep hanging people? Next time it will be you to be hanged, actually. You just remember, you realize it's your turn to be hanged. Yeah, because you think hanging is the simplest way to address the problem, very fundamental problem. So, Peter, that is my take. We are not defining ourselves as part of our mess. And then from there, we can collectively atone. And then once we atone, we chart the way forward. But
You are listening to Home Run with.
But
You are saying there's a but?
But if we think that as a society, we've got good people on one side and bad people on the other side, so all that you do is that you remove these bad people and consign them in their cage. It's like a cage. Put them in a cage, make sure they don't get out, then let the good people run things. We don't have that kind of dichotomy, I'm afraid. So this quest for a good leader, for good leaders, is informed by that false dichotomy. There are good people here and there are bad people there. Next elections will get good people to replace these bad people we have now. Peter, it's not going to happen like that.
Okay.
You are listening to Home Run with Pippi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
I am meant to understand that Eli Likuyani has a different worldview with you, Western Shilaho, and I'm just going to let Eli take it over from here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Home Run with PP. Happens each and every weekday, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. East African time. Eli.
Greetings, Pippi. I hope you're doing well.
Yes, I am well.
Thank you for having me. And really not to dilute the very heavy points that Western has shared, I perfectly requested for the mic because of one point of departure that I have in terms of how governments design their programs. And unlike the common belief, the government in itself, it's really not about who is in power, but the decisions are made as opposed to sustain a country. So even when we talk about Kenya and we say we hate this government, unknown to many, it is actually your government. The only difference that who is currently administrating that government is the question that we need to discuss over. And number two, I don't believe governments should formulate programs or policies that go through the electoral cycle. For example, in Kenya, we have 5 years, and then people have to seek a second mandate. And in this case, let's look at the current administration of Kenya Kwanza. Every program that Kenya Kwanza today is trying to complete is a program that was established either by the previous governments, and some of them are new ideas that are coming with, and they intend to be able to manifest and finally realize as a country. And therefore, I know we find ourselves in a point of disbelief because, one, we have a gentleman that we believe does not understand the predicament that Kenyans will be facing in the event these contracts outlive their time in office. And that actually is the unfortunate reality of what we're dealing with. But it is not because he does not understand what is happening. And again, this is not me saying that the current Kenya Kwanza administration is doing their very best in dealing with the matters we're facing. We have a lot of gaps that needs to be addressed. We have a lot of even the issues that have been raised of unconstitutional decisions and bills and let's say what we call them, laws that are being put in place and policies that are coming in and out, and to some extent the courts are questioning some of these decisions. So what I feel and what we need to really address is when we have an administration in office, what is their clear goal that they set out to achieve? And these achievements or these goals that they are setting out, are they actually what I will call practical? When we say, for example, the rich one, that by the end of December or the 25th of December, you guys will be celebrating your Christmas with all of you having subscribed to the virtual tax regime of your M-Pesa transactions. Now, that in itself, one will argue is a great idea, because then everybody that has not been contributing to the kitty we call the tax bracket will actually be brought into play. But what we forget is, if I was to send my mother some cash money, and in other jurisdiction it would be considered as a gift, quote unquote, is it subject to deductions or subject to taxations? So we have already overtaxed the person that is directly earning this money, and where this money is going is also getting overtaxed. And then we think actually bringing more people into the bracket. Now, I do not understand the tax regimes, and I don't want to dilute that point by raising what I'm raising. What I'm simply putting in place is, by the time we get 25th of December, whatever that will be used, will they really be within our legislations, and are they in accordance with what our constitution expects? So we find ourselves in another conundrum whereby we are having a law that is unlawful, and governments of the day will push with it, and maybe the court of the day will say, no, this is not right, you have to go back. But instead of completely quashing it, they'll say, go and check and review so that it works. So we are constantly trying to, what I will say, weld things into place and thinking like we are inventing new ideas. But in reality, we are destabilizing the COG of this car. So eventually the car that whole Kenya will have an accident and will be wondering, how did this happen? But we have been interfering with the structure of this car, and eventually the manufacturer manual that was supposed to make sure that this car is in its structure and functionality does not work within the current structure that you have, which is your car, Kenya. Number two, I am a firm believer that countries and administrations and organizations need to have long-term goals. And that's why we say vision and we talk about mission. And every time we will appear to arrive at the mission we had for 2022 to 2027, but we have the longer vision of where we want to see this country. So when we are signing up those contracts, do they appeal to the long-term vision of this country? Do our leaders see where we are going, trying to find, as long as we get there? And I think that's where maybe Western, I will say, probably we don't need to really say countries or countries that go to elections after 5 years. For example, Kenya will have to set an agenda for 5 years and then it's done. It has never happened. I don't see it happening. But when we set out the 10, 20, 30 years plan, how do we achieve that in the event it is no longer Western in office? If we have PP tomorrow president, and that's why countries like the Western countries, talk of America and all of that, it doesn't matter who you vote in. Truth of the matter is their foreign policy remains that and exactly that. They can be in there, but as long as it is what they set out 20, 50 years ago, that is what remains their foreign policy. So as I learned, because I know there are a lot of speakers who are online, I wish to state that, one, it's important for us to have a vision as a country, which I do believe we have. But when we talk about systems being captured and the people that operate systems, You get into an office and you're actually the president, but you're just a figurehead. The people actually decide how this country are run. People sitting in IMF, people seated outside this country. So how do we re-own our own development plan? How do we re-own our own stories? And how do we make, as a country or as an African state, we actually have more influence on the decisions that are made, unlike when other people, and some of them with goodwill, come in and they say, we want to invest, we want to help develop. But at the end of the day, the chunk that is put out, it's more than what is put in. Thank you, Whippy, and I hope, we can have a deeper conversation on the same. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Eli Likuyani. And I don't know if Western has a feedback on that, but while at it, Real Joe joined us. So before I even go to, you have a submission to that?
Yes, Pepita, I do. I
Okay.
appreciate what Eli has shared with us. Eli, yes, ideally you need a long-term vision, but then that is only possible where governance is institutionalized. What we have in Kenya is personal rule. You can see the shifting and the NHIF. That when a person gets into power, they think they can demolish everything that was there. You get it. They can demolish everything, even if it's working. You can come up with all sorts of things. And you can't be questioned because after all, you're the president. Where governance is institutionalized, when you get into power, of course, the programs that were set, and in 20 years, this is where our country is supposed to be. So because you are loyal to the country, you will have to implement those things because they were never meant to benefit whoever it is that set those things. There were no rents here. But those things we're seeing being implemented, especially vis-a-vis road infrastructure and stuff like that. They are doing those things because there are rents there. Those are things from which they meet a lot of money. There are personal benefits. When you see, Uhuru Kenyatta set up a particular project, so the government is implementing, what does it tell you? There are rents to extract from those projects. China is a behemoth, it's a huge country. But historically, they've always had like 5-year development plans. Even Mao had those ones. Of course, they were atrocious. But even now, when the Chinese Communist Party meets, they take stock of what they achieved within the previous 5 years. The reports.
Wameenda na Western jamani. My lord. Eli, can you hear me?
Yes, I think we lost Western, but I was listening through. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, yeah. You had just brought up the what wanaitwa Mao. Let me just tell you, some of these things you guys are so well read. I just read from you because what? Yeah, the only Mao I used to know is Mao De, but it's just the real Joe.
Peter, how are you?
Hey, niko poa bana.
I want to pick up from the conversation between Western and Eli.
Mhm. All right, talk to us.
First of all, Eli, I wish to tell you that you actually say that we have a vision as a country. Eli, I wish to categorically state with a lot of confidence, my confidence going up to about 200%, that we don't have a vision as a country. I categorically say that because, I mean, the only vision we've ever talked about as a country is Vision 2030. We are about 6 years out of Vision 2030. All the provisions of Vision 2030, as at now, we are supposed to be about at, say, 95% in achieving Vision 2030. But I'll tell you, Vision 2030 doesn't exist in our DNA right now. I mean, there's a lot that has gone wrong. But today we are talking about Adani, so I'm going to focus on Adani. When we talk about vision in leadership, It is supposed to be vision that creates a better living standard or environment for the people of that particular country. In this case, for the people of Kenya. See, we have the last 10 years, 12 years to be very, very specific, to blame ourselves for giving ourselves this leadership that we've given ourselves. We are talking about Adani. See, we have this PPIP that is being referred to. I'll tell you what, part 8 of that act that now talks about privately initiated proposals states clearly, and it is part 8, 1C. Let me shock you. It says that this proposal it talks actually about non-competitive process. This process can only be non-competitive if there only exists one person or firm that is capable of undertaking this project. So then I come back and look at our country right now. Why must we talk about Adani in our airport infrastructure? Then the same Adani, we talk about Adani in Ketraco. The same Adani is being mentioned in a lot of projects. I mean, are they the only firm that are capable of undertaking these projects? I mean, that is the first fundamental question. But even without that, I have never understood, because we agree that all over the world, privatization is a concept that started way, way back. I'll tell you, by 1990, governments around the world had done privatization, all amounting to about I don't have the correct figures, but it is a concept that is around the world. I'm not against privatization. I am against what does it bring? What advantages does it come with? Okay? Do the people of Kenya get the best possible deals out of these privatization deals? Number 2, what does it come to solve? What problem is there in our airport, for example, or in power that it is coming to solve? From the statement of CS Honorable Wandai, he says they are coming to maintain these power lines to prevent Kenya from the power outages that have been happening. I mean, if the choice of words are correct, and if I'm supposed to go with those choice of words, maintain, I mean, that just shows incompetence of the highest order. We have issues with maintaining these power lines on our own. I mean, that's the question. Do we have issues with developing this infrastructure? That's another question. What amount of money is involved? 95 billion for 30 years. I mean, in a country that loses 2 billion, Adani is saying he's investing 95 billion in exchange of 30 years for maintaining our power lines. In a country that loses 2 billion to corruption, I mean, in 1 year, that is about 680, to be very, very specific on the figures that we've been given before. What are they coming to solve with these deals? What are these deals coming to solve? Are we getting the best possible deals out of this? So these are some of the questions that we keep asking. But even without that, I always boil my conversation down to leadership and integrity, and not even leadership and integrity itself. In our constitution, Article 73 says leadership is public trust. Who the hell is calling? Article 73 says leadership is public trust. And therefore, this position of leadership must follow certain standards that are already articulated in Article 10. This is the fundamental problem we have in a country. We would go around and talk about so many things. We would talk about even vision in leadership, but without the basic the basic standards of leadership, we will never get anywhere. These leaders, they have vision, but their vision is to enrich themselves. They never, any leader who has ever come into power in our country, from Kenyatta the first, only got richer. None of them got poorer. None of them ever has anything to show for the wealth they have amassed. None of them. They only got richer. Kenyans got poorer. Ruto came 2013. They only got richer. In fact, in build up to the elections of 2022, it is quite unfortunate that Ruto was named as the most corrupt politician, but he still ended up being the president. What a society we live in build up to election of 2022. But even that is not even the problem. Look at all the projects that were done in that time, in those 10 years. We had massive infrastructural projects. We had SGR, a project done to a tune of about 1 trillion. We had expressway, 73 billion. Instead of the first initial amount of 24 billion, we had so many projects that were done, even the dams that were built. So, but what was the problem we have in our country is just this public trust. Do these leaders come in to these positions knowing that they are holding a position of public trust? High offices. I mean, we take leadership in our country as a joke. And that's why we have these tribal cocoons whenever we want to go for elections. Someone just mentioned about Waluke, who has been acquitted for the 313 billion scandal that he had, was given a fine of 2 billion. He has been acquitted for it. And it is just so normal. I mean, when Ruto came into power, everybody was acquitted for all the things they did. And that is so normal. It has become so normal that we can even live with that. That is the problem. That is the fundamental problem we have in this country. We will never solve, we will never progress as a country. You know, some of the airports, for example, Heathrow, I'm seeing the Saudis want to buy even more shares in the Heathrow airport. But the Saudi, 40 years, 50 years back, they were not where they are right now with all the wealth that they have. But they had leadership that steered their country towards the right direction. 40 years down the line, they have been able to build a nation that is rich, wealthy. Of course, we cannot talk about so many other things about them. I'm only going to talk about the economics of it, but not any other thing. Kenya has been an independent country for the last 60 and over years. But we have nothing to show for it. We can only boast of huge budgets, which we don't see any effect. With a budget of about 3 trillion and over, I would tell you with confidence that only less than maybe even just a $500 million goes into actual service delivery, because already we know that 70% goes into debt servicing. We know that all the collections we have in our country go into debt servicing. But this debt, do we have anything to show for it? The 10 trillion we owe, do we have anything to show for it? We don't. We cannot show projects worth 10 trillion. We can count the major projects that have happened in the last 10 years. You will not see 10 trillion. I promise you, you will not see 10 trillion in all those projects. But even so, it has been increased. Ruto already got another 350 billion. We just borrowing left, right, and center. But how do we utilize this amount of money that we borrow? That is the problem. And that boils down to leadership. It is the leadership. It is the leader. It will always be the problem. It will always be the leadership problem. And every leader, William Ruto comes into office and now changes NHIF that has been working. I think Western talked about this. And you know, if you read the SHA thing, the Social Health Authority thing, they're saying they are bringing to life Article 43. But you see, the first statement of Article 43, 1A, it wants Kenyans to have the highest attainable standards of health. I mean, the fundamental issue that most of the people have raised with this shisha thing, it is not coming to bring quality healthcare to the people of Kenya. That is the first problem that we have already identified with shisha. Other than the other shisha I know is the one that you Peter's zingine huwa mna smoke. Anyway, but they say they're bringing to life Article 43, but they are infringing that same article with this policy that they are bringing. The old policy that was there, what were the downfall? What were the shortcomings? Can it not be improved? This is a policy that has been there for years. If all of it has been there for a very long time, it should have matured. It should be improved. What can be done? What can be done? What can be done into it to consider so that we can have it improved so that it runs for another time as we slowly introduce a new one. I mean, there's no rush. Matters health. Matters health. This is infringement of our rights. And you know, this constitution binds government and the court to human rights. And we can sue this government for infringement of our rights. They are bound to human rights, and that human rights, that is the first and the most recognizable aspect of our constitution. So as I land, I wish to ask all Kenyans and the ones who are in the space right now and listening, that the problem that we have is leadership problem. But these leaders, they don't elect themselves. We choose them. We choose them. Of course, several other factors can be mentioned, but we choose them ourselves through elections. We need to wake up and look at how leadership should look in our country. We need to wake up. We don't need to maintain the status quo. We don't need to, we pity our leaders so much. We pity our leaders. I've heard people say that now Gachagua is being frustrated. You pity someone who has amassed wealth. Why do you pity them? You don't need to pity them. Be selfish. Select the right people to represent you. Be selfish in your selection. That's why it is secret ballot. Nobody will know who you voted for. But be selfish at that particular time, at that point in time when you'll be putting the tick. Be selfish. Use chapter 6 to guide you in selecting the right leader. We cannot have leadership that is marred by corruption left, right, and center. I just saw one of the very renowned lawyers in our country celebrating that he managed to help Waluke. This is Otiende Amolo. He managed to help Waluke get acquitted, and he's celebrating. His law firm did that. I mean, so sad. It is sad. But what can we do? We, the people, have power to change most of these things. The power of the people can be felt if we want this power to be felt. That is something I need to tell you for free. Our power can be felt. If we want to stop this Ketrako thing, it can be stopped. If you want to stop Adani, it can be stopped. If you want to know how we need to exercise our powers directly, there's a space tomorrow for that at 8 p.m. Join so that we see how we can exercise our powers directly. Thank you very much, Pipita.
Asante, Real Joe. That was quite a sensational and a powerful submission. Thank you so much for that. And I like the fact that today watu wanafungwa hapa hivi mic wako wana spit. You know what I'm saying, guys? Spitting. Heavy. Western Shilaho, you're back. You want to rebuttal to Eli?
Yes, Peter, before I dash somewhere, basically what I'm saying is that we shouldn't allow these people to dazzle us with the big, huge figures of money. We don't see that money. So what are you talking about? We should insist that these people do good things, quality things, enduring things in small packages. Pepita, if you can't build a single school from scratch, in 5 years, you're in power. You can't tell me that you'll do so much in 30 years. What is that you're going to do? And people have done so much in 5 years. People have done so much in 4 years. So these guys, when they tell us that they need 30 years, I don't know, I mean, so, but 5 years cumulatively will translate into 30 years. So you said, you as a government, that these things we can do in 30 years. We will build from scratch, let's say, within this financial year, from scratch. You're not going to repair schools from scratch. There was no school here. We build a school from scratch, from foundation. You said to yourself, we'll build how many schools? We're going to do 30 schools. You can do it. There's a lot of money. The other financial year, you do 30 schools. 30 schools. How many schools would you have done in 5 years? And if you are given 10 years, how many schools would you have done? You're going to build hospitals from scratch. You set to yourself a number of hospitals. You do it. You're going to ensure that you graduate this number of students from university. You do it. You're going to grow your economy by this particular percentage point. You do it, because that will translate into jobs. Then you're not going to lie. You say, within this financial year, we created 100,000 jobs. You're not going to lie. There are people who can come forward and say, last year I didn't have a job, this year I've got a job, and it's a decent job. The people will come. You will do it. These guys there, they lie all the time. Oh, we created jobs, and no one can come forward and say they got a job. They don't do basic things. They never build any school. They never build any hospital. They're always preoccupied with electricity and roads. Electricity and roads. And no one even sees what these guys do, because that's where they mint money. Electricity and roads. Can you tell me how you can be a monopoly, Kenya Power, and you're ever loss making? You're a monopoly. No one else supplies power. No one else is in that business. You only. But you don't make any money. Why? So you think you bring ADANI on board, it's going to make money? Repeat as I land. Our problem is that we bought into this free market ideology. By you and me, I'm talking about these guys, these political leaders of ours. Pipita, as I keep saying, in a country that is poverty-stricken as ours, in a country that is reeling under economic inequalities like ours, in a country where people are sick and they can't afford medicine, people want to go to school, they can't afford. And if they go to school, they get bad education. Pipita, the government cannot afford to privatize things. Can't afford. Privatization in our country, in our society, Pipita, can only exacerbate our problems. Because there's something called state intervention. State intervention means that the state has to intervene in the economic activity. It's just not providing a conducive environment. It has to intervene deliberately to ensure that the forces of demand and supply do not hurt the most vulnerable people. Because in a free economy, Peter, if you don't have money, tough luck, tough luck. You go to hospital there, you arrive there in the morning at 7, you are in excruciating pain, Peter. You lie on the floor there until late in the evening. You haven't seen anybody, nobody has seen you. That's a free market economy. They will tell you, you can go to a private hospital, but how many people can afford? You can go to a private hospital. That's what they will tell you. How many people can afford? Okay, public schools are not working, Peter. Told teachers are demoralized, they're not paid, so kids go to public schools, they're wasting time. Peter, if you don't have money, how can you take your child to a school that is equipped, has got facilities, qualified teachers who are in class and teaching? How can you take your child there? The state has to provide that education for you. And through that education, Peter, those poor parents have got hope that tomorrow, after their kids complete school, the kids will break that vicious cycle of poverty. The state intervention. State intervention. So these guys, when they tell us, no, they brought ADANI, they brought poverty. Because those guys come to mint money. They come to make money. And you can make money even out of poor people. You can make money from dead people. You make money from sick people. You make money from rubbish. You make money from anything. That's how vicious capitalism is. They spare nothing. So they come in a poverty-stricken society such as ours, they go home with billions, and they leave us there, sinking deeper into poverty, dying of preventable diseases. So we should never celebrate this privatization thing, that these characters, you know, they're apologists of privatization. And in effect, they're apologists of poverty. They're architects of poverty. They're architects of inequalities. That's exactly what they are. And they think, no, we can't do anything. What can you do? The state is set specifically to respond to the needs and aspirations of the majority of the people, to ensure that the benefits, spin-offs of development accrue to as many people as possible. But we have got an exclusive state, Pepita. It lives out there in the cold, to the elements, if you do not have what it takes. So what do people do? We loot money. You know, if you loot money, man, you just loot money, you're going to avoid all this problem. Loot as much as you can. With that money, you can buy a lawyer, you can buy a judge, you can buy freedom. Those who can't loot, tough luck. This is a man-eat society. Pepita, we have to reset, rejig our society, not just in terms of the economy, fundamental as it is, not just in terms of the rule of law, fundamental as it is, in terms of value system. Value system. This real Joe talking about Tendo Molo. You see, Pepita, if you were to wake up tomorrow and say there must be a law, if you want to get into parliament as a lawyer, you will have to forego practicing law, because you can't be in parliament, oversight, you know, demanding that people who are engaged in corruption and what have you be held to account, and then tomorrow you move from parliament, you go to court, and you're representing the very, very characters. That is not a conflict of interest. It's not. You are in the Senate. People come there, you know, you ask them questions. Governors, they have stolen money, they have to account. Tomorrow, you were part of a committee that was asking questions to some governor who stole money. They see you tomorrow in a court of law representing that very, very governor. Pepita, how bereft of values can we be as a society? And then when you raise this thing, they tell you, you know what? A lawyer can represent anybody. They don't choose their clients. Goodness me. But there is a client here. The people of Kenya, the citizens of Kenya, whose money, whose future is being stolen from them. How can you defend people who are presiding over that theft, who are themselves stealing from Kenyans, stealing their future? You represent them, and then you invoke the law that you are free to represent anybody. Really? You want to become a member of parliament? You're a lawyer? For the duration you'll be in parliament, please, you are not going to appear in court to represent anybody. You won't. So you choose. You either practice law, or you get into parliament and you serve public interest. You are not going to conflate your personal interest, making money out of embattled people, with the interest of the collective people of Kenya. You are not going to conflate that. Try to come up with such a law, Pepita. You will be harangued. You will be skinned alive. You'll be told how you're jealous of lawyers. Yeah, tell you, how dare you say that? These people are free to represent anybody, and that does not interfere in any way in their work of oversight, of legislation, and what have you. Pepita, we have got a big problem as a society. Problem of values, problem of principles. I yield, Pepita. I die somewhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Weston. Have a great weekend ahead, of course. We have less than 1.5 hours, actually, less than an hour to go. Hata mimi ni dash somewhere for the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll also be working over the weekend. Yeah, we'll be shooting some videos over the weekend. Me now working 24/7. Yes. So of course, if you like what you're doing, pale video kuna tip ja line, drop 0721948229. Leo nataka kulipia Uber. Yeah, kamera yetu ifike huko hivi kwenye studio ya kushoot. Anyway, I see the one and only Lison. How are you doing, Lison? Ni Lison ama Lison?
Well, both of the above. Thank you very much.
Okay, karibu.
Asante. Yeah, the theories of governments, the structures, the systems, the capitalistic systems of the world are rather very well known to the ruling class or the middle class. Unfortunately, the younger ages or the other majority may not understand. So it's good to have those lessons. But more importantly, I'd encourage those people who understand what's happening in the world, especially with the capitalistic structures, how draconian they are, the World Banks, the IMF, the Bretton Woods institutions, to be coming in these places and giving solutions rather than the long journey of history or theories, which is important, yes, for sure. But the way forward in our country now, with Adani and everything, is a question of we must have an overhaul of the system. And this can only happen through the ballot, which again is another system that is very difficult to beat, given that it has been there. And one thing that you must understand, people must understand, is that politics abhors strangers. Politics haitakagi strangers. So when you're a stranger in this game, they can gang up around. There's a famous thing that Reverend Joya used to say: a country is run by three most important pillars, or four more important pillars. The rich, if I can remember, there was a prophet, and then there was a system, which is executive, and then the masses. So in most of the times, the three used to go against the prophet. So that's why the church is very important. Unfortunately, religion or churches or mosques have been taken over by the three, whereby the mass are part of the religion doctrinization that doesn't make them see. The prophets have become fake. The executive is playing all of them, and the rich are becoming more rich. So in Kenya, we're in that situation where those four pillars have not been separated. There's no separation. And the political class, which is the executive or the politicians, have now ganged up to be able to make sure that they continue with the confusion and the dominance. Going forward, we must make Mashujaa Day great by celebrating and saluting foreign heroes, and making sure that we make a big show on that day, a parallel one from the Mashujaas of independence, because independence was achieved, but our independence has been robbed away by the current regime and previous regimes. We have never had real war. So I call upon all comrades who really love these countries. We must remain tribeless, leaderless, and brave and fearless. Otherwise, we'll sit here, complain, we'll get all the academics and all the theories stated to us, but revolution is the only way we are going to unlock our issues. Either revolution through the ballot or civil unrest. And I've no fear saying that. Even Mahatma Gandhi used all those means. We can only sit in the streets the whole day, naked or otherwise, cause civil disobedience and cause regimes to come down. In Mau Mau struggle, there are things that the Gen Z of that time, or the younger generation in the Mau Mau struggle, never, and I think we saw that thing trending the other day. Akina Bilder Kagia and others, Oneko and others, they never let Kenyatta know what they were doing. So if we have to be in that position where we have to use unconstitutional means to remove a government that does not respect the rule of law, then so be it. But to imagine that we can come in these spaces, and I love and I salute you, Peter, for creating this space. It's a good forum for us to dispense information to those who believe there's something wrong, and those who have come here to listen and to give the government ideas on how to counter us. Tutakutana tu kwa ground. Even in Mau Mau time or in liberations, there are those who betray the cause and those who are for the cause. But the people will never be defeated. especially when through atrocities. Gaddafi was there. He ruled by the iron fist, and he collapsed even when he had changed from being a dictator and preaching and presenting himself as Jesus. Saddam was there, Moi was there, and others have been there. So I dare say to this regime and to any other regime that they should learn from people like Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. All these amassing of wealth and collapsing of government institutions and structures for your own good. It's never an end of itself. It's just a roller coaster. You'll do it until we come for you, however long it takes. So I yield, but I want to salute everybody who has lost a life and who continue to have the spirit. Let's not be waylaid. Let's not be excited by emerging leaders who may be coming here for personal gain or be maybe brought up in due course, because that will happen. And this is a long run, and it's going to be a long run, but eventually it will happen the right time. Kudos to all.
Thank you for that. I'm just here to announce that Mbona Mimi kwa Uongozi is the topic for Tuesday next week. As Wednesday, we are going to be sucked into the circus that is Rigathi. On Tuesday, we're going to be talking about Mbona Mimi kwa Uongozi. This is a platform for you, the person that who wants. It is for you, the voter. Come tell me who you want to vote for what. Wewe kama an aspiring MCA, MP, women rep, come and talk to us. Nimeona mtu wetu Irving anasema kwamba anataka kuwa MCA. Come and talk to us. You see, so it's just easy like that. On Tuesday, najaribu kuonyeshaje. We need to also start opening fronts as well. We need to start opening fronts with which we are approaching all of this. It is 2 minutes past 8 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on our final hour of Home Run with PP this week. Oh my God. It's that fast already?
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Yeah. It's actually the last. It's actually the last hour of Home Run with PP this week. But we of course we have Home Run with PP Extra. Yes, on Saturday nights when I have the energy. Okay. But Home Run PP comes to each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. Next week is going to be a pumped week. Very, very pumped, actual pumped, of course. We will be following up on to why we got into Adani at this moment, right after in the middle of a deputy president being impeached. So I just was doing my quick calculations. I noticed that 104 billion on Schiff, 97 billion on Ketraco. That is 200. Of course, JKIA I value it at not less than 100 billion. So that is over 300 billion that these guys will be taking out. Ama mimi ndo sielewi vizuri. I don't understand. How is this mathematic? Mtu mwenye anaelewa kenye Adani wanafanya. Are we paying Adani 97 billion or are they paying us 97 billion? Mtu atuambie. Tunaweza kuwa tu tumekasirika, kumbe ni sisi tunalipwa all this time. Unaona? Yeah. So somebody had to explain it. But real John, naona mkono wako uko juu. What would you want us to talk about? What do you want to talk to us?
I wanted to say something about the conflict of interest, but umeuliza about the Adani, yeah? So
Sure.
the 95 billion, Adani is supposed to invest that 95 billion into the power line. It is them who are investing the money. So yeah, it is them who are investing the 95 billion to the project. So pesa ni yao, but of course there's how they're supposed to get. Adani is a company that is profit making. So they've already calculated how they're going to make profit during the 30 years that they are going to be running they are going to be managing the power line. So that's something that we need to digress deeply into. But what I wanted to say so much is Western talked about public conflict of interest, and that it is interesting that he said that, and it is something that I was already discussing on the side with someone. You see, I was talking about Otiende Amolo, and I was actually telling someone just before I heard Western say that that's the reason I put my hand up. You see, the conflict of interest bill that these people passed themselves, the 2023 part 3 of that act talks about, and it talks about the conflict of interest itself. But I wished I was asking someone, a lawyer, to just digress this more. We were having an argument because some of these laws that we have, it is just a matter of reading, and I would never be convinced that there is so much into law. It is a matter of reading and understanding. I'll tell you, this public of interest part 3, a public officer is in conflict of interest if the public officer, and I want to read just part B of that of that if the public officer is in a situation where the private interest of the public officer can reasonably be perceived to impair or influence the public officer's ability to act objectively in performance of an official duty. And this is where we were arguing, actually, because I felt the private interest here is Otiende Amolo's firm, law firm. Okay? The public interest here is Otiende Amolo being a member of parliament, should represent the interest of the people. And at this particular time, the people, the case is on corruption, mismanagement of public funds. And therefore, this is a direct interest to the people, a matter that directly conflicts the people. So therefore, Otiende Amolo, by representing this Waluke privately through their firm, is directly in conflict of interest because he's supposed to also represent interest of the people in parliament. And that's the argument we've been having. This person who I was arguing is a lawyer, and he's been unable to convince me up to now. He's been unable to convince me up to now that this is not conflict of interest. I'm glad Western brought it up, but people always only tag conflict of interest to financial matters. I wanted to boil it down to even these lawyers practicing privately. When they represent someone who is perceived to have committed corruption, that is mismanagement of public funds, then if they represent them, they are in conflict of interest because they're supposed to represent the interests of the people. And these people are the ones who have been subjected to this corruption. I don't know. I would wish to hear what other people also think, but that was my line of thinking. Thank you very much. I leave it at that. Peter, I'm done. I don't know whether I was being heard.
Yes, you are. Thank you so much. I was trying to unmute it. Nixon, I mean, I'm calling you. Nixon.
Thank you, Peter. I mean, what is called the real Joe. The real Joe is talking big facts about this thing. You know what? For this Waluke guy, this is somebody who's supposed to be in jail. Yeah, we can't mince these things because you know what? You can't go and get the whole. It was NCPB cash that was supposed to benefit farmers, and you get it all for yourself. And from that cash is what enabled him to be the MP. And the people in Sirisia are really enjoying that. This guy came to our home, and it's like he brought money to us. He campaigned nicely, and they voted him in. That's a fallacy. And then Otiende Amolo comes in with his law firm and is rejoicing that he's stood in for him and he's won the case. I look at Otende Molo and I think I've lost a lot of respect for this serious law guy in Kenya. And I even think like, what is the direction that that the country is taking? If you have guys who need to take us in the right direction, that and they're doing such kind of a thing, I mean, I can say like yesterday, we are on our own. There's no country there. There's no country in Kenya. So I'm sorry to say, and to fix things in this country, we will have to. We need to overhaul. We need to overhaul everything. We need to overhaul our policies. We need to overhaul our laws. I mean, the country is sick. It's sick to the thick. So, I mean, we have nothing to rejoice as we are going on. What we have ahead of us is we have a lot of work to do to fix this country. Otherwise, as we continue the way we are, there's no way we are going, because we are going to have even new guys coming in, and they're going to continue the same trend. We don't need to have people coming into power and they come in to change things for their own benefit. We don't need to have the Adani thing for 30 years for Ketraco, and then we have another 30 years for our JKIA, and then we have the same guy within Shah shifting, and Shah shifting thing changing the NHIF, which was perfectly working. We don't understand these things. Why should we change something that is working? Why? What is the reason? And we not come so clearly to Kenya to tell us, you know what, this system is like this, and we have this proposal, and this proposal puts forth these 1, 2, 3, 4 items that are working better than what we've been having. And then you ask Kenyans, you know, are you okay with this? Can we all shift to this other thing? We're not given time, we're not given avenues to discuss issues. We just find like Adani has come and Adani is taking Ketraco for 98 billion stuff. You know what? We don't care about that. What is 98 billion? This guy is providing 98 billion. What's 98 billion? There's nothing for free. He's going to provide 98 billion. But how much is he going to get from us in 30 years? You know, they're setting up conditions that even for them themselves who are in it right now, by the time 30 years elapses, they will be how many years old? Some of them will have already outlived their lives in their lifespan. So these guys are smart enough to create things that can keep them in their in all the time that they're going to be there. By the time this 30 years is finished, Ruto right now is 58 years. You add 30 years on 58, that is 88 years. Look at a guy who's 88 years. How will he be? I want to agree with somebody who said, you know what, like, we have to check in. Like, this president of ours must be sick mentally. We may be dealing with somebody who is sick mentally. We need to check this guy. We need to confirm that this guy is okay. You know, 30 years JKA, 30 years Ketraco, and the same guy in Shah. You know what? This one smells. This one stinks. So it's upon us to decide what, you know what, we cannot go this way, we cannot go on this way. We have to come up with a way, like this guy he has to be stopped. He has to be told, you know what, this is Kenya. It's not about you. It's not about your 30 years that you need to ride upon us with your cronies, you know what, enjoying from our sweat. You know, it can't work that way. This country is big. The cake that we have in the country is so big, and it can even feed everybody in the country. But we wonder, you know what, this guy is conned everybody, and is not even satisfied. If you go to Coast, if you go to Mombasa, you find out the hotel is building there. It's a humongous hotel in Shanzu, very big hotel. You go to Voi, he has a ranch, very big ranch. I don't know how many hectares. You go to Narok, The guys, I don't know how many hectares of land. He's even building a very nice house there. You go back to his home in Wasingishu, yeah. You go to a place, I don't know. There's a new place he found. He found 2,000 acres land that has a river that's passing in between. He owns that land. Naiberi, that's the place that is. I think the house is ready. Big house, yeah, palatial home. Then you go to Laikipia, again, hectares of land. I mean, is this guy okay? How much is enough? Do you want to own all that? Do you want to own that land of Kenya? That the whole of Kenya becomes your property. Now, if you own the whole of Kenya, how do you feel? I mean, I don't know how to express this. I think if you can be somebody who is if you can be somebody who is who has limits, you can even get some few millions and develop yourself from it. But now you're in billions, you're now going to trillions, and you're not even like, it's not ending for you. The story is so long. It's a shame. It's a very, very big shame. So it's upon us to have a way, like we have to stop this guy. This guy is even worse than Moi. He learned the trick from Moi, and now he's perfecting it. It's perfect as we see. The other day he was claiming like he's he's a guy who's after Kibaki, but actually he can't even merit anything to what Kibaki did. There's no way he can merit that. You cannot measure to what Kibaki did. So as a country, I think we made a very big mistake. So we have a very big task to correct this thing. I don't know how we're going to do it. The house is already corrupted. Our arms of government are corrupted. It's already taken everything. Somebody talked the other day, like there's a plan to increase his tenure to like 7 years. It sounds like it's a side story. But as we are watching, let's not be surprised. This thing can go through parliament through parliament very easily. And when the guy has 7 years, another 7 years added on top of the 14 years, or even more to that. Where are we going to go with this? Those are years. These are years that we are losing. We're losing a lot. Even think like the time that we had Uhuru Kenyatta with the SGR thing, and he did his stuff to 2019, and then from 2019 up to now, not even an inch of that rail has been increased. And the guy is there, not even talking about even, at least even SGR or even like Vision 2030, the lab. Not even talking about that. Not even talking about anything that's going to steer us in the next few years, as in we expect to be somewhere. He has no idea. That one he has.
I want also to move to the news. Two speakers have joined us, Nixon, so maybe you could land.
Okay, fine. It's okay.
Okay, listen, before I bring in Redemptor, listen, what do you want to say?
Okay, I think I've landed at that point because I think you've decided to bring more speakers. It's okay, you can take that.
Thanks, Pepita. I'm just want to do a quick rejoinder to refresh many guys who may not be understanding this area of Danny's interest and energy. Number one, the minister who signed this deal or who crafted this deal is a hacker called Chirchir, Davis Chirchir, who was in energy before, and he left there because of corruption. And he knows the sweetness of energy, and is a key ministry. Now he's gone to transport to also continue the crafting of another deal by Adani of taking our airport. As if that is not painful enough, I'll tell you in 2015, there was an line that was built by a company called Siemens Energy, which is a German company, and Isolax. It was supposed to evacuate power from River Omo, the biggest dam that Ethiopia was constructing, I think about 400 kV, to Suswa, a distance of 1,000 kilometers. And that project had many substations, and it was even direct current transmission. There was another project called Loyangalani by the same two companies, Isolax. These projects were looted by the former MD of Ketraco, who is now Fernandes Baraza, who is the current governor of Kakamega, and he got so much money. And that's why he's an ODM, UDA friendly governor, because that money was looted together with Ruto in that regime of first term of Uhuru. And remember that project of 1,000 kilometers was costing us 25 billion Kenya shillings. In power transmission, usually there's not much maintenance. So you don't need to give long-term maintenance of 30 years. There's literally no maintenance of wires in 30 years because cables will take ordinarily more than 50 years or 60 years on board. So these are real scam, a basic scam. Part of this construction that they are saying is from Thika to Konza by Adani, a distance of 200 or something kilometers. Compare that with the Ethiopian, which costed 25 billion. Now this one is costing 90 billion, 100 billion, and we are giving out our line and our heritage and a strategic energy infrastructure to a foreign entity. This is one of the biggest scams this country has ever witnessed. I want to land there, and I'll send you PP some small. I have the full dossier of these scams. If you wish, you can be able to share upon you. But you guys dig. The writing is on the wall. This is a scam. Kenya is on the blink. We are on our own. We must start afresh. We need a reset in this country.
Redemptor, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Karibu sana.
It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Siku nyingi sana, siku nyingi. Miaka na mikaka.
Nimerudi. Nilikuwa nimezunguka nisikie hewa ya Kenya inasema nini. The real Joe knows I'm about to choma. I've been waiting to choma and I didn't know where to choma. Leo wacha nichomee hapa kwako leo. Because I realize Kenyans need to be told the truth, and it's very hard truth. We are talking about Adani takeover, Ketraco 30 years. Real Joe has told us the problem of Kenya is leadership. Oh, these are the things the young people in this country are so smart. They have figured it out. They know wizi inatoka wapi. They know conflict of interest. The most shocking thing for me, the last 3-4 weeks has been that Wamushoba, Honorable, told us we deserve the laws that we get because we did not say anything when they changed the laws on PPPs. And I knew we are in a bad place. I think Kenya is in a place where everything has to go so bad before it can be well. I have hope that this country can be saved, but I have lost hope in the young people. Tulikuja hapa Pipita tukabembelezana tupate tu space ya kuongea, tukajaribu tukawabembeleza, tukawa encourage, tukawapatia motivation. Wazazi was the problem. To be honest, the young people of this country are behaving worse than wazazi wetu. And this is why. Leadership. What is the quality of a leader? Kenyans deserve the leaders they get because if someone comes to them and says, look, I have never stolen, they don't even look the direction. Nimekuwa attacked when I said bado tuko kwa civic education. The why Ruto must go was the most urgent because haikuwa imefikia kila mtu. So I don't want to say much. I just want to say that someone has asked how much is enough. And President Ruto aliuliza hiyo swali. It has now become a very philosophical question with a very complicated answer. When he was asked how much is enough, he said enough is enough. Someone comes and says, okay, I've figured this out. I'm going to show you all the corruption in this country. Before we reach civic education so that mashinani, 47 counties, we know this is the problem. If I ask my mother about Vampire Diaries, she has no idea what that is. So we have not even reached mashinani to tell people tunaibiwa. Nobody does not know tunaibiwa. Nobody does not know about these deals. It's being in Kenya right now, and I finished by saying there's hope, but the hope is in the wrong people. Kenyans like to be dazzled. Kenyans don't like leaders who are dull. They like people with charisma. They like people who can speak a lot of English. If you come with your shrubs here speaking broken English, it doesn't matter if your integrity is like that one of Justice Maraga. They will not listen to you. They want someone who will dazzle them. They want people with followers. We get the leaders we deserve, and this country is in a mess. I thought we had an opportunity. Young people in this country died. They believed in they believed in the constitution. They believed, and they showed us, hapa ndio tunaibiwa, hapa ndio inaenda. And what did you do when you regrouped? Young people today, I'm addressing any young people, so that also address the people who decided to entrust saving this country to individuals, not ideology. Can we redeem ourselves? Can we go back? We are here on X, but people have now gone into their own rabbit holes, Telegram here, others on TikTok, and everybody's following their own leader. And they are following that leader because there's something they've been told, this is what I bring on the table. The Christians who believe the president was born again, hata hawajatubu, they are also regrouping some, and now they'll come back and say, this one, if someone comes and says, praise the Lord, they'll say this one is the one. So, I've been attacked because I've said we are not ready for political parties. We have enough political parties. I've counted the people with presidential interests. So if our problem is leadership, hizi shida zingine zote mnasema because the leaders who have been in power for the last 20 years, they protect each other. Because we will find out where SGR went. People know very well where the money went. They know SGR heist ilienda wapi. When Wanjigi comes and says the odious debt, nobody has ever told him he's lying about odious debt. So what are they going to do? I will see young people rallying out behind someone who has not been tested, who we do not know if they have integrity, as long as they have charisma, as long as they speak good English. Mimi nimerushiwa mawe sana because of saying we need to be united. We are not. And I said, I know my age mates. They are here listening to you in spaces, wanawasoma, and they have figured you out. And for the people who are outside Kenya with very good intentions of saving this country, there's not just one courageous person in this country. Bob Njagi has just come from being tortured for 32 days. I've seen a man cry. But somebody else is arrested for 1 day, and people come to a space and cry. And they cry. Redemptor, you do not retreat, and they cry. Honestly, our priorities are on people. We are looking for a savior. Anybody here on this world can save this country if they remain truthful. Let's not be dazzled by because tumesomwa, tumemalizwa. Maybe it is the Gen Alpha who will save this country. Maybe we'll suffer for the next 20 years because hatutaki kuongea. We like the people who come and use bad words. We like people on Twitter who insult everyone. They call this one names. Those are the ones we like. So I've come to the conclusion, we get the leaders we deserve. But I still have hope. I still have hope that it is in the languages that we are going to use. Someone like Omtata is here. Nimeona huko diaspora wamefanya michango. I've never seen any mchango done for a man hata aling'olewa meno akijaribu kutetea nchi. So maybe we can start talking some sense to Kenyans. Every voter, everyone who is here, who goes saizi, who goes where the numbers are. We follow numbers. And to finish, leo nilikuwa nataka kuongea mbaya, lakini to finish, this is what I have to say. When a teacher gives people group work, they go around the classroom looking at the groups. What is that group doing? And that's what is happening. And our groups have been tested, and we are all about ours. I came here and I said the new tribalism is Gen Zs and millennial, and they've decided. And the first fallacy that was there was The older generation have never done anything to defend this country. The older generation tried their part. Sasa nyinyi, we were there. The silent majority were supporting the young people. The young people said we were the problem until they tasted power kidogo. Just power kidogo to your followers. What did they do with that power? So I've kept saying integrity is not in age groups, it is not in tribes. Integrity is in people, and that is what we have to work on. Real juu hata tukianza kusema foundation, broken foundations, sijui wapi, we sanitize Uhuru Kenyatta. Even now when people talk about Uhuru Kenyatta, they talk about him as if he's an angel. They know about SGR, they know about Odia's debt. We now are sanitizing Gachagua. Oh, we have to feel sorry for him. And when you listen to the groupings that are happening, if you put your ears on the ground, shida, my last word is amwambiliki young people. Mimi niliwabembeleza, sasa I'm just going to be doing tough love. Munifunge kwa grupu nikuje mzime mic. There's hope for this country, but it's going to be in personality, it's going to be on ideology, it's going to be on values. So kwenda kutukana watu, drop F-bombs, waizi, ni waizi, it's not going to save this country. There is hope in this, that people can read authenticity. And I hope, and that's what I'm banking on, that people will be able to listen. I keep saying, when people are speaking, do not just listen to what they are saying. Listen to what they are not saying. So people now, they've come to words now, now we are being persecuted. The Kikuyus fought for Mau Mau, and you don't know how much we fought. No, that is history. We use the history to learn from our mistakes. I thought we were having a 2002 moment, but I feel like we have a 1992 moment where every leader will decide, I want to be president. Can we salvage it? I don't know. Adani deals, all these deals they're making, they can be reversed when we get a real leader. And Kenya generates enough money from taxes for us to start over, because Gachagua came and told us they found empty coffers. He told us that people carried money with wheelbarrows. They never arrested the people who stole from us. So what does that tell you? That in leadership in the right hands, every child would go to school for free. The MPs, I will finish by saying this, the MPs are on self-preservation mode. That is why they are passing bills with their interests. That is why they are getting 500k to vote this way, that way. Lazima tuungane. And ndio mjue na I'm young at heart, kuna group inaitwa Wakardinali, and they sang a song a few years ago said, kuna siku vijana wataungana. Are we there yet? Asanteni.
Hey. Woo! Woo! Shots fired. Hey. Even though ndo walimu walikuwa wanajua lyrics, kumbe kina Redemptor. Oh my god, thanks so much Redemptor for that. Oh, unazimiwanga mic mahali. Hata binafadi aze kasirika nazima mic. Kama bunge watu wanazimiwa mic. Sembuse tu space hapa hivi. But thank you so much for that tough love. Some people just need to hear that. I've also been a victim of that, what you're talking about, Redemptor. Nimetukanwa mpaka hadi nikaambiwa ndio maana tunasema iende mbele. So there's so much hate also going on this place that I really don't understand. But ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run. We are at 33 minutes past 8. How are you doing justice for all?
I am doing
Karibu
well,
sana.
and I appreciate Asante Sana, and thank you very much. I'll kind of speak on two issues that I feel, and Redemptor, thank you very much for that presentation, and also thank you for hosting my my brother RK for the speech that you had, which was good. My RK's driver while is my did we lose the connection?
Yeah, I can hear you. Redemptor is in the listeners.
Oh, okay. So our case, I hosted in the Pipita, RK. We've hosted him last week, and my family's been the driver for his travels here, and I love that. I want to say two things that are critical. is that, again, we all know these challenges that we are dealing with, but I want money to flow in the right places. The likes of Peter's way of civic education and giving us a platform to do this, the Mizanis of this world, is something that we do not want to be compromised. So for me, I'm not making a submission about Ruto needs to go need that. I'm not doing that. I'll do that in another forum. What I'm asking is that when you have PP in the house talking about tip jar, we need to get to a point where PP's platform would even have the lawyers and other people that can take these cases to court, support, and do the work that we are doing in a more broad way of simply moving from the way of putting the lights and having the internet on for us to have a space. We need now to start thinking that how then do we make this as a movement that helps? And I'm willing to about that. My other friends of Mizani, they do the same movement. Redemptor, I don't know if RK told you that I'm the one who's going to be registering his foundation in Ohio. Why am I sharing this? Is because we have to get to a point of now moving beyond talking to doing. And doing needs resources. And resources does not have to be, you don't have to be a millionaire or a billionaire to do anything. We need a little bit of what you can afford. Hata kama ni shilingi 10, 20, 50, 100, or whatever it is. And I'm speaking to this because I understand that we have to hit this thing from air, land, and sea, meaning like everywhere it has to happen. So when you see people asking for whatever, do like a tip jar and everything, can we graduate that from simply a tip jar to a real movement of having when people will be targeted, who are the lawyers that could defend him? Where is that funding coming from? Okay, so that's one. I know you guys are angry at me because hata mi nikuwa mchungaji nikianza kuomba pesa kwa kanisa wakati wa sadaka kila mtu anakasirika. So before you do that, so let me do the second point, PP, if you don't mind. My second point is whatever is happening with Adani and all that, and I think you guys paid attention to the Bloomberg classification of the 2030, how the billionaires are transitioning. The bigger question about Adani is not about your economic takeover. It's about our national security. So even as you think through who we are giving these assets to, ask yourself, how does that compromise the national security of your nation? So this thing is bigger than money, is bigger than who is corrupt. So even as you think about, corrupt people, wamepata deal, they are gotten something, they're getting to this, please think about your national security. When you have someone else running your airport, your ports of entry and everything, and running your grid, calling the inaitwaje kitu ya umeme,
Power
whatever it is.
lines, man.
When
Major
that
power
happens,
lines.
please, if they poison that thing, you're in bad shape. So even as you think about corruption as the only focus of why we need to oppose Adani, think about national security. How is that for you and me? Dr. Otiso, a personal friend of mine from Bowling Green, did ask why were even the Kenyan immigrants or Kenyan diaspora were not given a chance to invest in this, because they had a movement which they have this thing. Why were they not given a chance to invest in this platform? It's a mix, it's a mess, it's a thing that you have to be skeptical, and somebody has to come out and tell us. So national security is my concern beyond economic corruption and everything. So I would say this: fund these movements, fund the PP's movement, fund the Mizani's movement, work with the people that are going to make a difference. But number two, be worried about your national security. Thanks, I called PP my kid bro. Thanks for the work, and this has to continue, but we have to speak truth to power. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Justice for All. By the way, Justice for All has been very supportive hapa hivi kwenye home run pia, so big up man. Naona naniitwaje, Paul the First ako hapa, hajatuongelesha even once. How are you doing brother? Wiki ingeisha hujatuongelesha.
Yes, I'm fine, I'm fine. Majukumu inanileta mbio hadi sijazipatangi time ya kuingia
Ni bibi na watoto.
Vitu kama hizo zinanileta mbio hadi
Tulikutuma. Si wewe ndio uliamua?
Si mimi ndio niliamua, lazima ni
Talk to us brother.
Okay. I'm fine. Actually, leo nimepata nafasi ya kuingia huku, nimewamiss. I have heard them that saying that mnazimanga mic. Is a time pipita ulinizimia mic, you thought nimesahau. Okay, I'm fine. Tuko katika ikome nini disco nini hii country ya kunini ya kuchekesha. As you can see, about the impeachment of Gachagua, of course, the topic of the day is not about that, but allow me to talk about the impeachment of Gachagua kidogo tu. So, if I can ask, I can say that the president, Ruto na Gachagua, actually they were not my choice. During the election of 2022, nikienda kupiga kura mimi sikuona candidate mzuri wa presidency. Nilienda kupiga tu venye watu wanaenda. Juu huko niliona tu was the matter of interest venye mtu ile kitu itamtoshelesha yeye mwenyewe. So when I see my two enemies fighting, the only thing I do ni kwenda kukaa side na kuanza kucheka. So mimi Gachagua na Ruto hata waanze kupigana daylight. Mimi hakuna kitu nitafanya. Ni kusonga hapo kando nianze kucheka. Sina time ya kuanza kujadili eti Gachagua nini na Ruto what. Don't have time. Let's be focused. We are youths of this country. Actually, we are the leaders of today. When others say that we are the leaders of tomorrow, wakataze waambie we are the leaders of today. So hao watu wakipigana, mimi sina haja na wao. Let's focus tuinue nchi yetu. About the topic of the day, about the ADANI deals and Ketrako, Kenya tunauzwa. Kenya yetu, this is not the Kenya. If the late Mwai Kibaki akiamuka saizi, actually Wakenya tutapigwa viboko ile mbaya. Juu Kenya wenyewe tunaendelea kujicolonize wenyewe. Tulifukuza those colonies and now we are calling them back. Tuko nomo kweli. So actually these MPs, instead of fighting for these things, they are fighting for Gachagua and zile vitu zinasiasa kusaidia. watu, actually, I don't know whether your MPs, my fellow friends, this your MP from your area alienda kupigia zile vitu kura ama alienda kunini? Kama huyo MP ana focus 2027, tafadhali tuangalie, tukienda kuchagua tuangalie. Even if my MP alivote no, that thing does not concern me. The only thing which concerns me, huyu mtu ajanifanyia maendeleo the way I want. So these MPs tuangalie next election, tuangalie tafadhali, tusiende kuchagua because we are just electing. Tuchague watu wenye watatusaidia maisha yetu. Actually, I heard somebody saying that if somebody Gen Z group akiamua kuvaa for any vote, tumsupport. Usiangalie mzee mkubwa, wewe unaenda kusupport mzee mkubwa, yet you are forgetting your fellow Gen Z. Let us support ourselves, tuinue hii Kenya, tutoe watu watu wenye wanatokorez akina Ruto and others from this leadership, to take over tafadhali. That's what I have for today. Nilikuwa nimewamii sana, lakini next time Pipita, usipende kuzimia watu mic sana. Sawa?
Wewe shika hii kiboko. Unajua sasa shida yako ni unataka nikuambie nimekumiss bwana. Hiyo hatuwezi fanya kwa show. Sasa wewe bro. Wewe thank you so much for your submission. Mimi naye kama unaongea vitu zenye zina sound sijui aje, nazima mic. Mimi ndio speaker hapa, mimi ndio komada. Umeona hapo ameandika, unaona host wagapi kwenye hii show?
Oh, I can hear anybody. Is the space still on? Or did I
Yeah, we are on. Ni kama Justice atusikii guy. All right. Redemptor, I hope you can hear me.
I don't know why I went off.
Si hata mimi nilikuwa nafikiria tu ume drop mic. I was like, okay, so what an exit. Anyway, kumbe ulikuwa okay. So talk to us. I think yeah, Justice for all ndo ni kama amepotea. Let him refresh and come back.
I think he's talking even. I mean, I can see his mic spiking.
No, amesha drop. Nimemdrop kwa sababu hakuwa anatusikia.
Sasa nimekuja na unyenyekevu. Nilikuwa nimekuja nikiwa fired up. You know, when people say let's speak truth to power, you also want to ask, where is the power? There was a time in this country in the month of June and July where we, you know, during the World War, people used to sit next to their radios wasikie kama vita imeisha. And so at that time, the power was in the hands of the young people. Tuliwavumilia. My own children who wanted to go to the streets, hata tukakuwa maadui, because there's a day I'm saying, okay, today you can go, tomorrow you cannot go. Sasa, the power they felt, because they felt the power. Zile ma-F bombs zilikuwa zinadropiwa huku. Utaki kujua, kwanza ukiona mtu mwingine, get the what out of here. The reason why I agreed to put up with it is because one, innocent blood was shed. And these people had every right to rage on for days. And to be honest, a lot of the people who genuinely came out in the streets, they retreated because they were so injured. They still had a fighting spirit in them, but they retreated. And I've been looking for people who are in the streets to find out how they are doing. Sasa tukabaki wale, Kikuyu wanaitanga jaba. Jaba zikabaki, they had a voice. The kina real Joe hapa. Now, the power now again shifted to the people who are shaping the conversation. I don't know where the conversation started going south, because now the infightings began. The supremacy battles of powers, who can pull a crowd of 100,000 people. And I feel like we need to heal from that and even ask Pipita, what are you about? Eli Lukiani, what are you about? So that I know when I listen to you, are you shaping people? In fact, there's someone I asked, I've been listening to what is going on in your space. Are you actually inciting people and creating this scenario that there's an enmity between tribes? And is that, did young people in this country die so that we can go back to those tribal lines? So for me, it's just to say that there's a lot of responsibility on people who have a gift to hold conversations. There's also a level of responsibility for when we choose to support a cause or a person. But where we seem to be dropping the ball is very quickly we are beginning to associate with the very people who put us in this place. And we will, because we need to hear their point of view. But behind the scenes, someone was asking me today, M-Pesa yangu ikatetemeshwa na mita tano, how I would react. I think if that happens, I should pull out of conversations because I will be betraying all the young people who have died. So the level of responsibility for anybody who is in a leadership position is not to come and talk to us as if we are children. Because truth be told, I have one vote. Pipita has one vote. Joe has one vote. Everybody has one vote. And at the end of the day, if you're a leader, you will want that vote of mine. So the votes are there. Let's not people be observing us and finding hata hakuna kitu inaendelea. Because the danger of that is then people died in vain. I refuse to believe those innocent, courageous souls died in vain, so that we can start defending thieves, so that we can start defending. Ati ni mwizi yangu, I'm seeing it from a frontliner. When you shake hands with these people, just even shaking hand, I'm telling you the transfer that happens there. And I don't want to be spiritual, but the transfer is that this person is saying the only way I can remain in power is if I associate with the young people. So the power is in the hands of the young people. And that's why we now have to start speaking truth to power. We've been speaking truth to power to government for a long time. Now it is to the young people. Mkienda kombo tutawaambia hapa hakuna hope. If you keep in this direction, it's going to be the same old, same old. And we are in a bad place as a country. All these deals have happened because of our leaders. And let's not move from the hands of one oppressor and then we land in the hands of another. And Pipita, I started in your space. You know, things happen, the wars that happen. Ukitajwa tu, that's what I'm saying. When we follow, it takes just one SMS, one post, unaitwa mall, and all your activism, all the work you've done, it has happened last week. And KOT Sonko was struggling, writing long posts to explain himself. So that if you have power to influence Kenyans, do not use that power to destroy. We know there are things that should not be discussed openly. Even now, right now, what is going on is a shame because people give their money, people give their hope in individuals. Early, you have a responsibility. If people keep coming to you to listen to you, do not bring toxicity, do not bring distraction. Your stage to tulipita pale when people were really angry and they were hurting. Now, the few will be left standing will have to rebuild. Because honestly, like Joe said, we don't even have something that is destroyed. We have to start building from scratch. It's a shame that some of the laws we read will be passed. They will be passed. You can be sure it is painful to imagine, but they will be passed. Because if the private partnership initiative was passed and these people came and boasted to us that they passed it, I appreciate all the lawyers and all the activists who are out there working. I celebrate them. But the ones who are in the front line, there's a lot of work that needs to be done because there's a lot of misleading impressions because they say politics is a game of perception. And some of these people have started behaving like politicians. What we need is leaders. Currently, all we have are dealers. They are making deals. I believe, I have faith that these deals will be annulled. They will be cancelled. We will lose money, but they will be cancelled because if we trust these people or anybody associated with them to oversight themselves, it will never happen. So kama kuna mtu ameumia na maneno yangu, that was the intention. Asanteni.
Wow. What? Okay. Anyway, for me, I believe if you believed in someone, I only believe in God because I have not seen him. Yeah. The humans I've believed in, all of them have found a way of disappointing me. Yeah. So I don't believe in people. You have to show us exactly your real face in real time, ndo tujue wewe ni ukweli, because as you've said, watu wamekuwa dealers, watu wamekuwa wheeler dealers straight from our politicians. Yeah. So thank you Redemptor. Today I'm glad you're back kwa show. Yeah. Hapa acha tujisemee kwenye hapa kwenye show kwamba somebody came to my inbox and said, you know what guys, there are people who are trying to shift the conversation. They want us to have leaders. So I think that was about the time the leaders started cropping up. But anyway, that's a story for another day. So they're like, I have noticed Anthony and Redemptor are walitumia jina gani? Mold. Walisema mold. Yeah. I was like, the reason why Redemptor I did not ask you is because I did not believe it. If I felt it was serious, believe you me, you'd never come back to this show. I would never talk to you again. In fact, I would not even talk about it. The reason why I
Don't
posted
talk
that,
about it. That's water under the bridge. Don't even go there.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say something. You see, what I was trying to talk about that day is we are being very stupid at this very moment. Because when you look at it, when I posted that video, I posted that is exactly what we have ended up doing to everybody else. Huyu amelipwa, yule amelipwa, huyu amelipwa, yule. Everybody got demoralized, kila mtu akarudi kutweet. Now we are tweeting about football and signings. Anyway, the real Joe.
Peter, one thing that I wish we learn as young people, because it's not that I'm old as well, but one thing I wish we learn as young people is how to consume information responsibly. More so on these timelines, on these TLs and things like that. I feel like some people see just information and react immediately to this information without having to consume that information responsibly. By this I mean, you get the information, digress, try to understand, do your research, fact find before you react. I think that is also one of the things that has really caused divisions on these timelines, because I mean, when people started branding each other, traitor, what, this, sellouts, things like that, that was also one of the things that we lost. That's where also we got it wrong. But having said that, it is also important, because from conversations that we've been having in these spaces, you can be able to see consistency in people. You could easily just tell how consistent people are when they make their submissions in these spaces. You can easily tell. So I've learned to associate myself only with people who are consistent. I mean, at this particular point in time, we are different in terms of conversation the way we were initially when we were starting the movement. I mean, people only wanted to hear the yelling beat, the ranting beat, and things like that. We've matured into conversations and issues. So at this point in time, I would only associate myself with people who are discussing issues rather than people who are discussing problems and just populist ideas and things like that. That is also where we need to draw the line as young people. Moving forward, let's just organize well, but organize based on issues. And I someone texted me the other time when I said I will never subscribe to an ideology of a party, and I want this party to come and bring change into my country. A party of with the name Inject Party. I mean, any day. And I've been invited to one space right now. I'm going to go there to just bring world war. I've said here, but I will never subscribe to that kind of ideology. I want to see innovation. I want to see the kind of thinking that can bring solutions, not cause problems. This ideology, I equated it to wheelbarrow movement. I mean, we used to say inject, inject, inject. We use that as symbolism. It should not be taken then as a party name or something like that. I mean, that hakuna creativity hapo hata kidogo. Hakuna ati inject party leader. I mean, kuna vitu vingine mmefanya na ninawaombea nawaombea kabisa, nawaombea.
Nawaombea waandishi wa habari, wauombeni popote na muda ukweli. Well, you know that song. That song by Munishi it stays in my head for long because there was a time tragedy befell our family so much that that song was played in so many funerals. I had to listen to it. But yeah, I get your point, Real Joe. Umesema watu wache kusema inject. Wacha nifinye jingle nitoke hapa wasije wakanikujia. Mna feelings nyinyi.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Yeah, mi nilishuka hiyo train ya mahasira Redemptor. As you know, for me, jana kulikuwa na a babu here. Mababu wanasikiza hii show. Mtu kama wacha nisimseme jina hapa hivi, anakuanga na miaka 60. So ako hapa, alafu mnataka kila siku tuongelee matusi. We lose people, you know. And that is how I think we even lost the concentration and the attention span of the elders. People refused to stop being angry and focus. Ni kila tukakuwa, you know, pale ushago kwetu kulikuwa na umbwa zinakutana. Sikuwa jua nini inaendelea ile time, but zilikuwa zinaumana. Unaona, at the end of it all, nyingi zilikuwa zinaenda home, alafu kuna moja ndo inabaki. So basically hivyo ndo tulikuwa wengi tukaumana, and then now look at us. But we are not all lost. If you look well, guys, you always regroup, readjust and refocus. So tusikufe moyo. Namwona pale hivi watu wangu wameingia kwenye mic. Chuchu, hiyo jina yako ni mbaya.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Kuna mtu ameona hapa hivi ninaenda nyumbani na zero bob kwa tip ja siku hii leo, akasema no. Henry, thank you so much for your tip. Yeah.
Vipi?
Poa sana Chuchu. Niwacha kwanza nipige shout out mtu mwenye ametuwekea kitu kwa tip ja leo. Unajua wadhamini ni nyinyi. Asante sana Henry for your tip. Your support is always appreciated. Wale ambao mnaona hii show yetu venye inaendelea, always ingia pale ndani kwenye tip ja line 0721948229 and support. Of course nikionanga Justice for All anasemanga if you tip 300 he adds 300. Sasa kama sahi huyo 200 najua niko na 400. Hebu changamkeni pale ndani. Chuchu.
Vipi?
Poa sana.
Sasa mambo.
Mi niko tu kumaliza weekend.
Changia mjadala, nitatoka nje kidogo ya mjadala. Nafikiri nimezungumza advice watu mambo ya hapa. Kuna watu ambaye age yao hawataki kusikia vitu ya matusi nini. You know, nilikuwa nikiingia kwa hizi space, unasikia matusi ile iko kwa space, hata mwenye ana host unashindwa mtu ni mlevi amevuta bangi. You know, sometimes kuna words zingine hata uwezi toa kwa mdomo yako. So tukiingia hapa
bangi inakuwa na matusi. Okay, pole, endelea.
So hapa ni kama parliament. Ukiingia parliament wewe zungumza maneno una matusi nini, unatakiwa uwe na discipline na ile wisdom so that watu wasitoroke kwa space. Kuchangia kitu ambayo iko mambo ambayo iko na discipline. Hata kama uko na hasira, hapana toa matusi. Wewe zungumza tu hasira yako, zungumze iishe. So mimi Pipi nilitaka niangalie jinsi ya vile tunaweza kupromote wewe. Naona kuna jina hapo Home Run with Pipi. Jina maoni yangu tu. Si utafute design ya t-shirt, print, weka logo, alafu tupe ni pesa ngapi, sisi tukutumie pesa, uprint hizo t-shirt, tulete, ututumie mahali tuiko, tutalipa whoever anasikia anaweza, alafu tukupromote na njia hiyo. You know that hata nikipata t-shirt hata niambie hii t-shirt ni 1500 na ni mara moja, ninunue hiyo t-shirt, nunulie maybe rafiki yangu. Hivyo hiyo ndio njia tunaweza kupromote, na tutafute njia ile tunaweza kupromote hii space yako, because nimeona space hii yako si ati naisifu zaidi, lakini ni space ambayo nimeona at least iko na discipline kidogo, watu umekuwa na discipline, uko na wisdom, the way unaendesha watu. Ni space ambayo hata ukiingia ukiisikiza ukuwa nyumbani umekaa with your family hauwezi kuaidika. Ni kama music, ukicheza music mbaya kwa studio na uko na familia yako, watoto yako wako hapo, wanasikia music ile zinachezwa, inabidi hata uamke utoke kama uzime hiyo station. But the way unaendesha hii space, mimi nafurahi. Otherwise, pipi, hiyo ni maoni yangu. Kama inawezekana, utuambie inawezekana, uprint, utafute design mzuri, kama ni polo t-shirt, utafute design mzuri, print moja, utuweke, tuione, tukishaiona, tuseme hiyo ni sawa, tuweke tiki. Tukutumie pesa, whoever anataka anatuma pesa, tutengeneze t-shirt, tupromote hii space. Tuachane na mambo mingi, whoever wale wanaenda wanakula pesa watu, wanafanya vile wanafanya. You know, siasa usiingie tu kwa sababu umeingia. Unaweza kuwa wewe ni mzuri, wewe ni msomi, unataka ingia siasa, but watch out. Matamshi yako inaweza kukuland kwa problem, inaweza kukufanya hata ile fame ulikuwa umepata ibadilike, ipunguke, because tunasikiza tu, hata kama umefanya nini umefanya, tunaona vile nyinyi vijana mnaendelea, vile mnafanya. At the end of the day utakuja kuanguka na usibulemu mtu. Otherwise, pipi, endelea na vile unaendelea, utaendelea kupromote. Mimi sijawahi sikia unatusi mtu, sijawahi sikia unaongea vibaya, sijawahi sikia umenikatia hata mimi mic. Watu wanakuja, watu wana run, mtu anakaa hapa hata 30 minutes naongea Kiingereza yake yote mpaka vocabularies zinaisha. 30 minutes. Mimi naangaliaga na time. Naongea 30 minutes, anatoka kwa space anaenda. Na umuulizi. Wacha mtu akuja hapa atoe hasira zake, alsas zake zishuke, afurahi, atoke aende. Kesho atarudi. Lakini to promote space. Pipi, hiyo ni maoni yangu. Na wengine kama wanaweza support kwa hiyo, kama wanaweza kwa hiyo maoni wa support.
Unajua kitu moja mimi nasemanga, siwezi kataza mtu kuongea kwa sababu huwezi jua mtu amekuwa na siku ya aina gani ama usiku wa aina gani. Na you could be the last person he wants to talk to, ana wamekosa mtu mwingine kuongelesha, unaona?
It is true. Mtu akija na hasira zake, wacha atoe maneno yake yote amalize.
Yeah, so long as you keep it respectful, mimi sina shida.
There was a time nilikuwa sijui ilikuwa space gani. Then Kalonzo akatokea kwa hiyo space. Halafu mtu akasema, "We Kalonzo, ngoja kwanza, wacha tuchukue." There was a lady sijui alikuwa ngambo. Akasema, "Hata ninaona Kalonzo hapo na kichwa yake hiyo kubwa. Nimejua that's why aliitwa watermelon." Hivyo ndio vile Kalonzo alidisappear kwa hiyo space na akaenda akiendaga. You know, wacha tukue watu.
Tulifukuza politicians wote hapa. Walikuja kutusikiza, walitukana wote.
But sometimes unaona, wacha wakuja hata ujinga hao waongea ile kitu wataongea. Sometimes unanyamaza tu, alafu wewe weka word mzito. Usitukane. Weka tu word zile za kuambia, nyinyi mmeshazeeka, ile kiwango umefika, kaeni kando. Kama ni advice mtupe mkiwa huko pembeni, lakini msikuja hapa kukaa kwa hii space mkifikiria sasa ndio mtapata mileage.
Kuna mtu alikuja hapa hivi akatuambia achana na visungu mingi, alafu mwingine akakuja akaniambia aje eti wanaitwa aje huyo, wanasema acheni na visungu mingi bwana. We Chuchu, wacha nisikize hawa watu wanne because I'm already over my time. Unataka kunipeleka over time Friday na huko hivi huko hivi ndio weekend mrefu ndio hii inaanza. Nyinyi mko na long weekend from Friday, from Thursday. Anyway, thank you, Chuchu. Diamonds. Sijui kama can you guys hear me? Justice for all can hear me? Justice for all can hear me? Confirm if you can hear me, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I can hear you very well. I don't know why other people are not hearing you. I can hear you. Pipito, I can hear you.
I think I have been swamped. I think I've been swamped. These are
the enemies of progress are trying to destroy you, so it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, like all of a sudden, I can't speak to the people who have called up, and I see everybody has dropped. Everybody request the microphone. I'm seeing 155 people who I didn't. Cheni kune postia numbers buana. It's like
it's a big number. We have like over 167 people on the call. So yeah, so I don't know. Mbona usione watu. I can see Redemptor, my friend Diamond, Chocho, whatever that is.
I can't see African. I've sent the mic to Diamond. Thanks so much, Diamond, for your tip. Nimeona tip ya Diamond. We are currently standing at 600.
Diamond for real. Hata kama ulimake kama joke. We are matching, and it's and don't say it's me. My team is matching whatever they subscribe to, so we cannot do only 600. Let's do like at least 10,000, then the other team can match the so tumeni kitu hapo. And I know Pipita is a truth man for real. So see wachana ya Gachagua, truth man for real. So atatuambia this is what we got, and then it's how we'll match. So Tuma, thanks guys.
Sasa zingine mimi uko tempted kukuambia. Sasa mimi tempted niseme acha niseme double, lakini ubaya kukua mtoto wa grandma. Grandma's kids always tell the truth.
Yeah, don't do that, because they need to. That's not what we are fighting for. We are fighting for the truth,
accountability, and truthfulness. Mimi hata kuna siku ingine uliniambia eti I'm going to do a double. By the time it was getting to around 8:30, we were at 0-0 on the tip line. Nikakutext nikakwambia tuko 0-0. Oh man, yeah, but I like it that way. So that when I get that double, it actually meshes. Yeah,
that integrity will push you much higher. than when you wanna. And I think I've done that with my other friend, of course, Andrew Kibe and all that. When you're honest with this, you grow, and we move this forward in a way that itatusaidia to change the country that we are interested in. And again, PP, with all seriousness, Demta, Eli, I can see Diamond here, we have to stick to the truth, and that's how we are going to grow and make a difference. So I appreciate that you being honest in the way that we're going to do this.
Kuna boy wangu wa nguvu hapa hivi anaitwa Francis Maina, lazima aniekeange kajiti kangu mpaka kaingie kwenye show bwana. Acha nimpe makofi, super fan bwana. Acha niwaambie, it does not matter how much you put, it is that willingness to come through. Unajua kuna mtu mwenye anaweza kuwekea 100 shillings and it is their last money, and it means that they value you that much. So thank you so much for that. Na kuna wale wenye wanaona kazi yetu na bado wana support by listening in every day. Kina Muhija hapa, Muhija shika islap. Tangu Muhija kuja kwa hisho yetu ya Jaihama. Asanteni sana. And of course, acha tuone wengine wenye niweza ona niseme nimeona for a while. Kuna wengine wamejificha pale hivi ndani. Thank you so much for supporting. Ila Likuyani, I don't think sasa ila inaweza kusema sasa we si relative wetu sasa. Unajua, we are related. Then our guy Diamond. Diamond, how are you doing? Diamond anisikia?
Niaje fiti.
Kama kuna mtu alikuwa anataka uongea akanihack
No, nilikuwa nimesikia ukisema kuna mtu alisema tu double, sijui alikuwa ameweka pesa ngapi. Nikajaribu ku double. But ni sawa. Sasa unajua nilikuwa naambia ila jana sija recover history ya Morara bwana. Kwa jamaa alituruka baada ya mwezi mmoja. Sasa tunatafuta mtu mwingine, sijui pipi kama utasimama uanze Vampire Diaries.
Hapana, kila mtu afanye mambo yake bwana. Mimi niko kwa radio.
Uko kwa hiyo.
Tusisumbuane, hii kazi ya ndio tena nifike huko tena mwanzo kuniambia pipi, mbona unaenda unataka pesa ya mafuta sana.
Kile kama kwa company signing kwanza boss. Okay. Mimi nilikuwa nakusalimia tu, sina story mingi bana. Leo hiyo kitu ya gava, hii kitu ya gava kusaini hiyo story ya Adani bana sijarikava. Achana na mimi kabisa. Acha nisikize tu. Nilikuwa nakusalimia tu.
Yani ilikuwa inaitwa super signing. Hata mimi unajua nimeipata kwa nikianza kwa news, nikiwa nimeanza show sikuwa nimeiangalia. So the first speaker mwenye ameshika mic na ameniambia umeona breaking news ya 9 minutes ago. Ati nini imehappen? Eti Adani bana. Adani is now bon appetit. Ate? Yeah. Adani sasa anakula bwana. Asante sana Diamond for that and also for your tip. I appreciate it. Unasemaje Diamond?
No, niko sawa, proceed, mimi nasikiza tu. Niko sawa.
All right. Jimmy, last yana amekataa kuja kwa mic.
Jabo. Unaendeleaje kaka?
Mimi niko salama bana, kupambana na gurudumu la maisha ya Ruto.
Inabidi tupambane na hii maisha ya Ruto kabisa. Nimeona hiyo Adani take over. Unasikiza?
Yeah, 90 billion. Yeah, wataweka for 30 years.
By the way, do you know kama hii Ketrako watu wengi hawajuagi, and this is something maybe watu wengi hawajuagi. Nani anajua CEO wa Ketrako? Unamjua? Pipi?
No, simjui Jimmy.
Sijui kama ametolewa ama alitolewa. Unajua Mama Abi, huyu mtoto wa Ruto, huyu alikuwa mtoto wa Ruto. Kale kanaitwa Abi something. Unajua?
Huyo huyo ndo Mama Abi ndo CEO wa Ketraco.
Watu hawajuagi. Ndiye alikuwanga hapo. I think sijui kama
Wacha wewe.
hebu sasa uone sahi. Ndiye alikuwanga huko. Alikuwanga mkubwa huko. Yaani ni mkubwa huko. Unless ametolewa. Me I know. There's one of my cousins who works there.
Hapana, ni John Mativo mzee bwana.
Hebu tafuta HR. Ni nani?
HR huko.
Hebu tafuta kama sijakosea sana. Hebu tafuta HR.
Wacha tu. Kuna mtu ametuongezea sasa hivi tumefika 1300. Thank you so much. So tunapanda. Anaitwa Hillary. Thank you so much kwa kutuongezea 500, tumefika 1300. Naangalia niangalie HR ni nani? HR manager. Yeah. Hiyo jina ayeko hata kwa site.
Huyo ndiye anakuanga huko kama hamjui. Ndio anasemanga hata hawa wengine hawananga si. Hawa wengine wote hawananga si. Kama mkijua hivyo. So hiyo dini yote ukisikia wanaweka Adani hapo. Ule hata huko kama ni HR. Do you know there was a lady who works there? If you remember, unajua mimi najuaga siri nyingi za watu wa serikali sana. There was the former energy minister who was there. Alikuwa anaitwa this guy. Alikuwa anaitwa Isakarejin guy. Jina yake inapotea. Do you know that guy had a side chick there who was paid 300,000 per month doing nothing just on the laptop? Kulika hapo tu. Me I know so many security yake clerk sana. Hata wakuja hapa na najua huyo demu anaweza mtaja hapa, lakini sitaki kutaja majina ya watu. So hizo zote ni za wakora. So ukiona ikiingiana hapo Ketraco imeingia kwa hiyo, jua pale pesa inaenda. Hiyo ni 3 billion. Labda 3 billion si za nini? Si za hapo. 3 billion zinaenda pahali. Billion private.
Inaenda kwa mtu direct labda.
Nasikianga kama kuna CEO amewekwa kwa sababu I think alitolewa hapo akawekwa ili juu ya hii sijulikane kwa sababu watu wengi wangejua hapa kuna game inachezwa. So huyu aliteremshwa madaraka kidogo. Lakini hata kama ako hapo chini hakuna kitu CEO anaweza sema. Huyu ndiye husema kila kitu huko. Yeye husema. Na ukiangalia go to the system and look maybe Ketraco wako na watu wangapi from one tribe. Ingia tu kwa system kama unaweza pata hiyo system yote. You get about 95% in one tribe by 5% in other tribes. Mtu ana find out tu atakwambia Ketraco most of the people wako pale juu. Wajana hawa wako huko chini. And what happens? I can't even say whatever happens during swearing in. Lakini sitaisema hapa hiyo it's more sensitive. But anyway, I knew this thing would be taken over because hakuna kitu watu wangefanya because niliona ni kama watu watawali. Unajua serikali ya dhiki iligoja watu wa protest siku ya kwanza na ya pili, and that was all. Hawakuwa na nini nyingine ya kufanya. Na hii ya Molala. Molala, by the way, this guy I understand him. I think nimesikia watu wakisema Molala anafanya nini? Hasikii watu. Unajua the moment and that's why people umenifurahisha. Nimesikia ukisema huwezi taka hiyo kitu. The moment people give you money they want to you're going to be like a puppet. They want you to do these things, and I agree actually. I agree na Molala, and I also disagree with him because youth wanataka ufanye hivi. There's a certain group wanataka ufanye hivi, and there's another certain group wanataka ufanye hivi. Sasa utafanya gani? Wanataka ufanye hivi, wanataka ufanye hivi, wanataka ufanye hivi, wanataka ufanye hivi. Atafollow group gani? Ukikosa hawa wanakutusi, ukifanyia hawa watakutusi. Atafanya nini? I think the moment alikubali pesa hapo ndio mambo ilienda vibaya.
Good evening. Sorry.
Poleni kwa hayo. Yeah. Guy, that was an amateur.
Yeah.
Endelea.
So hiyo kukaa akipewa pesa, kuomba pesa kwa watu. These people will give you money and then they want to drive you vile wanataka, si vile wewe unataka, because wanakupea pesa. So I think he can do it on his own way so that I remember the likes of who. Kuna this guy alikuanga anafanyanga hizo vitu tu hivyo, alafu yeye hakuwa naomba watu pesa. The likes of I think Jalango was to be like that. Alikuwa anaona anafanya vitu, he never kutaka watu wafanye nini, wampe pesa, because the moment watu wamekupa pesa they will throw you under the bus. Even now people ngoja nikwambie sahi waambie watu yako inakuanga tu ya tip ya kufanya nini, lakini if you want to do something like that, people will give you money and then they will come for you. We gave you money to do this thing and then you are not doing that, and there's a certain group what agree na wewe na kuna wale wanakata, so huwezi fanya vitu zote once. So nimesikia akisema Molala hafanyi hivi, so hawezi fanya kila kitu watu wanataka. Hata tukijaribu aje, he can't be that good. Hawezi kuwa hivyo ati tuseme ati amefanya vile nataka, cause kuna ile opinion yako pipi, kuna ya Nooks, kuna ya Diamond, kuna vile anaweza taka huyu afanye na kuna vile mimi naweza taka afanye. Hawezi fanya zote at once. So at the end of the day, Ada ndio nilikuwa nikiambia mtu mwingine, if you are a footballer you don't listen to the audience wala wanakushangilia kule, you listen to the coach and the other players. So sometimes I also, because at the end of the day, you know, you want to be a politician. Hapa hakuna mtu anataka kitu kingine. You remember the likes of Adini walikuwa wanatashangisha watu pesa. The likes of Babu Owino vile walikuwa wanafanya tu hivi. Hata huyo Recommodi. Vile unaona he's doing a good job. But at the end of the day, akiingia parliament, he become a member of parliament, and ukiingia kwa nini utakuwa wao tu. So that's how you end up being. So just like the way you remember Ruto used to tell people, nitainua mama boga, hii serikali ni yenyu, na mpaka mnaenda na watu wa pikipiki. So if you understand the Kenyan politics, watu wote unaona wakifanya nini, they're just for their own interest, nobody's interest. Hapa kwa mtu anafanya nini ati anataka uingie hapo asaidie wananchi? Hakuna mtu anaingia hapo kusaidia wananchi, anaingia tu hapo ajisaidie na familia yake na watu wao, wengine hawezi. So kila mtu ukiona akifanya timu nzuri sana, nothing, ati huyu anaweza tuokoa ama huyu atakiwa nini. Na nilikuwa naona watu wakisema Molala awe president ya Ganani, ngoja ingie hapo. Unajua serikali kuna watu wale husema there are people who control the government, hata si president. There are some people kwa serikali wanakuanga very tough guys, and that's why unaona vitu zingine hata president unasikia president labda hajui course zinafanywa na watu wa huku chini. Kuna watu wale wanakuanga unasikia kama just the way kama if you listen to the world news unasikia like in the world kuna watu wale who control the world, like I think there are 7 to 10 people, they control the world. Whatever happens in the world, they know what is going on, and they are the one who can say this and this and this and this. That's how it is. Even in Kenya iko the same thing, people will do this, lakini kuna watu wale hata president anajuaga hii ikienda hivi ni hivi, kuna kuanga hivi, and that's why unaona hata mtu akiingia parliament ana turn to be an MP. Watu wao wanaingia wanakwambia wewe hivi kuna kuanga hivi, you can't be good because wanajua. And that's what happened to Gachagua. I talked to one of the guy, he was a former MP somewhere, sitataja ni wapi. He's a very close friend of mine. People did not understand why Gachagua was removed. Very people ni corruption ni nini. These guys, they are preparing for 2032. They knew Gachagua akipita hapa, and that could be the worst. Gachagua akipita hapa, Gachagua could be the next president of Kenya. Na hata pita hapa, no matter how people try, hata hiyo Senate haiwezi msafe, because they know if hawangegoja 2027 wakimtolea hapo, Gachagua ameingia, because atakuja akiwa vice president and he will still do the what Ruto did. So that's why wanaona wanataka kumtolea hapa before 2027 atakuwa ameisha kabisa. So wanataka kuweka mtu anaweza kuwa kwa kiti by Ruto akitoka ndiye anaashia hapo, mtu ataashia hapo. So wadogo wanafikiria Gachagua ni kuiba pesa, ni kufanya nini wapi. There was an agreement that was there. Watu waliagree Gachagua anakaa miaka 2, tumtoe tuweke mtu mwingine, because they did that because of the way the election was, and walikuwa naona Madakala walikuwa hapo, so they wanted to make sure that because ile place iko na watu wengi wangehold hapo Central, kama ni Madera wanajua hapo, na huyo alikuwa na watu wengi sana, wafuasi wengi sana. That's what they had to do that, but walikuwa wanajua hakai hapo for long. So these people, they know how they play their game. So watu wakisema ati ni pesa ameiba, kwa nini watu wale wengi wameiba pesa? Kwa nini hawachikwi wao? Ni Gachagua tu anaendea, nothing like that. Hata hiyo anasema 600 billion, those wanajua sasa akishika. Kwa nini hawajashika hawa watoto kama walifanya nini? Ama hizo bank, hakuna bank nimesikia imejitokeza ikisema yeah we give him loan because of this and this and this. Ama kuna imetokea pipi, sijasikia. Some of those are hata zingine hata za uongo, but they're gonna come and tell you everything you want what people want to hear. They are trying to make sure that watu ni lazima wa make sure watu wamesikia wa make sure watu
But nikuulizaje bro, sako yenye inaweza kupatia 600 million shillings ni sako inafaa ijulikane sana, ama kuna sako zinajulikani zinazotoa hiyo pesa mingi?
These people they just one call, hao watu kupiga simu kwa bank, one call unapiga, hebu mpe huyo 600 million, banka hakuna kitu inaweza fanya, hiyo pesa inarudi. So hizi vitu nyingi hata vingine ni kuwekana tu, wanakuja wanamwambia tu hivi na hivi na hivi, but although I know Gachagua is my neighbor's constituency, so I know him, I know all, even the 200 million whatever happened, hiyo yote najuanga, ile alirudishiwa vile kulikuwa kumeenda. So these people wanakuwa ni wakola tu, kila hakuna mtu ati useme Hudi ameiba zaidi, wote ni wezi, but at the end of the day walikuwa najua 2032 Gachagua hawezi kuwa president, so they have to remove him now. If it's not now, na walikuwa najua ikikosa hapa, oh my goodness, Gachagua angeingia president, na hawa watu wakina nani hawataki hivyo. Most of the MPs hawataki kuwa yeye atakuwa president because they don't want him, his leadership haikuagi nzuri hivyo sana, so walijua, na angepita hapa. Unajua Gachagua ni mjanja sana, alikuwa ameanza kufanya kampeni yake polepole tu, vile Ruto alifanya, alikuwa ameanza hiyo system. So these guys they wakajaruka mapema, wakajua, you know, you hit the head, if you want to kill a snake you hit the head. So waligoga kichwa, wakajua hapo wamalizie kabisa. So ule mtu ataweka hapo, you can take this to the bank, it's the one who will be the president 2032 likely. There's a high chance, I don't want to say hivyo, lakini maybe chance of 80% kama kutakuwa na changes mingi sana. That's what nasikia wakisema the likes of Kindiki and that, akitaka kufanya nini hapo, wanajua vile wanafanya. You will see. Ukisikiza hiyo story vizuri, wanajua vile wanafanya. So hata hizi nini zote watakwanga tu wana they give people what they want to hear.
Wacha nipatie watu update kwa hii challenge ya ndugu yangu Justice for All. We are currently at 1800. Watu wangu tunafata kufikisha.
It's about what people I think nimeingia on, it's a bit too late, I didn't understand. It was about what? Justice.
So Justice for All amesema kwa kila tip leo na get ana double. Naona. So last time kuna mtu alituwekea 5000 na yake double ikakuwa 10k. So yeah, for every amount. So kama sasa hivi tuko na 1800, ataniwekea 1800 at the end of the show.
Okay.
It's his group that are supporting us.
Okay, so I think yangu nitatuma to be on the way.
Thank you so much Redemptor. We are now at 2100. Eti?
Yangu nitakutumia, yangu inakuja tu in a few minutes.
Sawa. Justice, did I see your hand up ama ni vitu zangu? Cause unajua mimi masaa yangu ni kama inaelekea. Unless kuna mtu ako na kitu ya kuongezea. Justice, do you have something? Justice for All, are you there? Ama alienda jamani. Umaienda kukula mahali alafu mtu mwenye alikuwa alipe bila akatoka nje. So namuita ndo ujue kama ukule uitishe juice ama unyongwe. Boniface, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine, Mr. Pipita. Thank you for giving me this high chance to speak to you. Nimesikiliza hii story ya Jimmy. Government has a lot of things that we have to appreciate. Though, according to this impeachment of Gachagua, they were supposed to go all. But naona ni kama huyu jamaa amesidi mwenzake unga kabisa, ataenda nyumbani. For some few money yenye amepewa. So as this group, this is how to share someone to know what is going around to the ground, and unless kuna mtu labda ako na ile kitu mgeni atuambie, but yote yenye tunaona si mzuri about this Gachagua and the president. So I think next election time we should come out and discuss very good and well the leaders that we have to elect. Si kama hii watu ya kiburi hawa. Naona mwingine anagwama mlima, mlima ni yetu, usiguze mlima. Mwingine huku kwa Rift Valley anasukuma wa impeach mwenzake. Unaona sasa vitu kama hiyo, na naona in the next like on Monday next week tutakuwa na deputy president mwingine, ambapo nitakana Rigiji mwenyewe aona atafanya nini kwa mbini yake. That's all Mr. Pepita, sikuwa na mengi, nimekuwa nikisikiliza tu mada mpaka penye mmefikia. We shall be together. Anything else Mr. Pepita?
Hiyo iko sawa. Asante sana Boni.
Yeah.
Justice for all, are you there? Sijui kama Justice for all ako hapo. You can unmute your mic, Justice for all, if you can hear me. Thanks so much, Boniface Waswa, for speaking to us. Justice, uko hapo? Allah, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are wondering why we are doing double, Home Run PP is supported 100% by the listeners. In this way, I'm saying that sichukui pesa ya mwanasiasa. Actually, when someone calls me and talks to me about politics, I'm out of that room. So to help me stay independent in terms of not having to depend on people to pay my bills, mambo kama stima, mambo ya internet, all that, I have put up my number there for support. So Justice for All and his team have said, leo kwa kila amount inawekwa hapa up to 10k waitai double. Sahii tuko 2,100. So if I get 10,000 shillings, they're going to give me 10,000 shillings. So kasa even kuna 2,100, watanipatia 2,100. So before we get to 10 p.m., whatever we raise before that and end the space, we are going to be doubled hapo hadi 10k. So it's going to help me maybe niongeze tena kiti ingine. If you guys have not seen, the studio has been amazing and it's all from the tip jar. Siwezi wadanganya by the way, kutoka yani kila kitu mnaona hapa hivi ni nyinyi mmejenga fans. Hadi kiti nimekalia. You know, 2 weeks ago I was seated on a very green hard chair. I used to leave this chair with back sores. Then one of my listeners hapa akasema, Pipi, nimeona kenye unapitia, hebu niambie hiyo kiti ni pesa ngapi hapo hivi tununue. So yeah, it's all you. And the only reason I keep it like that is because I want to maintain independence for as long as possible. Because if you go corporate, most of the times corporates will say, don't let people speak, sijui wa regulate masaa. Na unasikia hapa tunaacha watu wanaongea hadi 30 minutes zinaisha. Let me big up a guy like Swoosh. Big up to you, Africa na kuona pale ndani. African, you are trying to get to the mic. Hebu kuja kwa mic uniambie shida ilikuwa wapi, African Johnny. And of course, Adani has been announced officially as the ones managing our transmission lines. Before someone else, nani alikuwa ameongea hapa? Alikuwa anaongelea grid. Huyo ndo aliongea mpaka roho yangu ikagongea kwa kifua. I was in shock. Yeah? Ananiambia eti sasa tumewapatia airport, tumewapatia health, tumewapatia grid. So if they shut us down, they shut us down one time. Tukikosa kuwafanyia kitu ama unajua most of the agreements, mini agreements hapo zinasema there is no change by parliamentary action, there is no change by there is no change by parliamentary action, there is no change by court, and if the activities of these actions Pia nimekuona hapo hivi mambo ajabu. Big up to everybody. We had to drop suddenly because of bad network, you know.
Inaleta ama ni nini inaleta shida?
Unanisikia sahi?
Nakusikia.
Nadhani ni network ilikuwa na issue ile saa bwana. Ni network ile saa. But sahi si nimejaribu kubadilisha wifi hivyo nione kama itakuwa sawa.
Saizi iko sawa. Saizi iko sawa.
Yeah.
Watu wanaweza omba mic tuondoke wazungumze. Naona ana
Hana mambo. Kwani ana pia naye alikuwa amekuja kushikilia stage. Alikuwa amekuja kupiga set pia. Wewe ana hawezi kwetu kuja kuweka set bwana. Mmeambiana na shosho mkuje mpige set ya space. Oh yes. I think we can call it a night kama hakuna mtu anataka kuongea. Ana wewe. Nikisema nataka ku call it a night mtu anaingia. But it has been quite a week. I love it. I really love it. Imekuwa poa sana.
Wape kama 10 minutes hivi. Pange mwenye anataka kuzungumza azungumze. Wape kama 10 minutes. Naona ukitaka kutoka mtu anaingia.
Ndo sisi sasa ndo tuangalie mwenye anakuja. Mimi sina haraka, si nimesema mpaka 10. Leo niko yes. Ile appointment nilikuwa nayo ya asubuhi imemoviwa mpaka jioni. So I am resting in the morning.
Yeah, members wanakuja tu.
One by one.
One by one. Unajua wacha nikwambie watu wakikosa hii space in a day, kuna watu hata walalagi. Unajua tunakuja kwa hii space kutoa stress. Zungumza, ukisikia vile mtu anazungumza hapa na hasira na nini. Unaona mtu sasa amepona. Si unaona vile wanakutafuta. Kila mtu anaingia space, anaenda ni kama unapita ukienda nyumbani unasema acha niingie kwa hii klabu nione iko nini. Kiingia hapo ukipata ma friends unakaa hapo. Nangoja usikie wanasema nini. Muziki hapa iko sawa. Ni kama space tu. Watu wanaenda kwa hizi space. Ile wakiona imewaboa nakimbia kwa space nyingine. So ukikaa utaona wanajaa hata hapa. Saizi. Baifike saa 4. Utaona wamejaa hapa. Hata unaweza kosa kwenda hiyo saa 4. Kujipata 11 ndio unatoka kwa space.
Yule mwenye wa kudabo ndo ameenda, hiyo tu ndo imeniuma sasa. Na ndo tulikuwa tumefika 2800. Sasa unaona tungeenda hivyo kidogo tu hype watu watufikisha hata 5k.
Lakini haijazuia yeye kupost. Bado net ya M-Pesa.
No, kuweka ataweka, lakini sasa unajua terms and conditions ni akiwa kwa space, unaona? Na watu the more atachanga the more ana double.
Anaweza rudi tu akitaka. Anaweza rudi tu. Unajua sasa ile
nimemtumia link.
But pipi angalia maneno nimekuambia tisho
baadaye nilikuwa hata nataka kurespond, unajua. So hapana sikusahau, unajua pia mambo ni mingi ndugu yangu. So tisho what happened na tisho ni kwamba nimekuwa nikiambiwa tengeneze t-shirt for a very long time and I wanted to get the right designs, unajua. The right design ile naweza sema hii ni design yenye napenda sasa, hii ni yenye naweza sema kwamba ni kitu naweza kaa kwa tisho na vitu zingine, unaona. So apparently nimeshatoa tisho ya kwanza, hata iko kwa video, iko kwa foto yangu yenye nimepiga kinyozi hiyo, unaona. So I need to get another t-shirt, and I need to print a couple of other t-shirts, unaona.
Yes.
So and kama umeona vikombe ziko hapo and all that, so that tuende kuziuza, unaona. Yes. So first of all, it's just getting that initial branding done, which we already have done. So ibaki kufanya mock-ups, alafu na kuprint a couple of them. So yeah, but hiyo tu na ni decide surprising because pia nahitaji quality fulani.
Yes, alafu kuna hizo cups kuna cup zenye unaweza cover na kala moja, alafu ukiweka weka chai ama maji moto, inaanza kutoa hiyo logo.
Inaitwa magic mug.
Exactly. Kwa hiyo magic mug. Alafu tengeneza tu moja, alafu iweke kwa display tuone vile inafanya. Alafu sisi tununue, sisi wenye tuko kwa space. Tuambie hii t-shirt ni here this amount, hii magic cup this amount, hii whatever this amount, kitu kama hiyo, so that tuweze kukupromote. That's the only way tunaweza promote. Achana na vitu vingine ya siasa, we concentrate na mambo yako ya nini. Siasa inakuwaga na challenge sana. Huwezi tosheleza watu wote kwa politics, lakini kitu kama hii space ukiupea tu watu freedom, wanakaa tu na wanasikia wako home, wako fit, wako na relax. Lakini politics isipokuwa keen, sinaona kama sasa Murara watu umetoa pesa, tunataka kujua hii pesa inaendaje Murara chini ya maji, na hiyo pesa sasa haiko open. Huwezi toshelesha hii watu yote. Nimesikia mmoja anasema hapo, najua kuna wale wanapenda kuna wale wampendi, vitu kama hizo. So pipi concentrate, tuna hapa wenyewe watakujaga kurada hapa, wenyewe watakuja kuranda hapa kwa hisi nini. Wakati hiyo wakikuwa na siasa, kama watatupata hapa kwa space.
Naona Hana anauliza eti kama anaitwa Clinton Obonyo. Hata kama wataka kunitumia pesa Hana, kweli Clinton. Nimekukomentia jina hapo Anthony Boke. Ebu ama ni Hana ameamua kunitip. Hana, is it so? Yeah, but mimi nimeamua, unajua nini shusho, nimeamua mimi nita move na hata niko na watu 5. Those are my people.
Yes.
Yeah. So and I don't attach importance to people. I attach importance to the topics.
Exactly. Hata heri ukuwe na watu 20, lakini watu ambao wako machua wanaangalia, kuliko ukuwe na watu hata 1000. Pale unapata watu ya kila aina, walevi yote wanapitia hapo nini, mpaka hiyo space inakosa umuhimu. But mnaweza kuwa hapa mkiwa hata watu 50, lakini mnazungumza mambo ya maana, mnatoa mambo ya maana, mjini wote mnakuwa na ile wisdom. Unaona watu wako na wisdom, because hii space nilikwambia, hii space imeingiwa na mpaka watu wale wazee, vijana wadogo, nataka tuwapea advice. Hatuwezi kuingia kwa ile system yao ya matusi nini. Tunataka tukue watu machua. Hata kwa radio za hizi, ukipewa phone uongee through radio na phone, huwezi tukana mtu, watakukatiza, because hawataki hiyo ionekane sasa hii station ya matusi. So endesha tu station yako vizuri, at the end of the day utaona mahali itakufikisha. Kwa sababu ndafungua nikifungua hivi, nikiingia kwa hii space na kutaka naangalia wale watu wako kwa space, nakuta huyu anajua huyu akianza kuongea. Kuna mtu kama Western anaitwa Western akiingia kwa space lazima dictionary akanyage quarter. Akanyage quarter. Huyo hata mimi nasemaga apewagwe space sasa ile huko karibu kufunga. Western anapewa space. Ndio sasa unajua anaongeaga hata wengine watu maybe wanalala mpaka kwa space. atatoa beba kizungu. Nikishamwona kwa space najuaga huyu sasa ni 30 minutes. Kama hataenda 30 tuna bahati. So ni vizuri unamuletaga saa zile unajua time sasa karibu mfunge saa ile watu wameshaongea wamekwisha, sasa weka Weston anafunga. Hiyo tuweziona, lakini akianza watu wanachoka tu, mtu anadisappear. Unajua kuna watu mtu anataka azungumze kwa space, maybe unajua kuna watu wanapenda kulala saa 2 saa 3, nategemea anaona sasa Weston ameshika microphone huu mpaka saa 3, sasa hata mimi sitapata time ya kuongea. Mtu anahepa. So si mbaya kuongea, lakini Weston wewe weka yeye yage ile time kama bado kama 8:30 hivi. Umeshazungumza na watu wengi wameshaenda, mbona umebaki na watu wanataka kurudia? Weka Weston saa hiyo. Wacha zungumze. Sababu anashikanishaga hii na hii na jamaa bwana reconnect. Kwa space.
Kuna mtu hapa, kuna manze sasa hana bwana. Namna gani? Hana ameweka pesa lakini ikaenda wrong na imekuja sasa.
Unataka kumwambia
usicheze bwana. Asante sana Hana.
Naona time inaelekea tu.
Ikifika hiyo 5 tunaingia kulala sisi.
Mwenye anataka itisha mic. Mimi naona hapa iko watu wageni kumwingia, naona hapo Macha mzee VR chini hapa bainika.
Normally tunamaliza. Leo nimewapatia extra time juu space yangu ilihang tu ika crash yenyewe.
Nimeona ikiangana. Naona mwingine hapo Mpatu. Unaona wanakuja pole tu. Waitishe mic.
Unajua kuna space kubwa zinaendelea, nataka hata mimi ni drop niende ni wajoin huko hivi. Nisikie wanasema.
Wacha tuende huko kwa hiyo space, tuende tujoin hao.
Haya, sawa pamoja shushu, see you next week bana. Weekend njema.
Sawa, weekend njema.
Pamoja.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Uko na kitu kusema ama umeweka wave? Huyu shushu anaweza kuwa anasema kwa heri na mkono hivyo. Hana Ndirito, I hope you have something. We have not left you outside. Nataka kwenda kusikia kinyawa wengine wanasema. Hiyo imeenda bana. Sasa hawezi hata kureverse hiyo. Too bad.